Fallout 4, before Fallout 76 or Starfield. Now think about it for a second. Instead of a Fallout MMO that launched buggy and unfinished, The Elder Scrolls 6 was supposed to be the team's priority. That was the plan. That's why we got that Elder Scrolls 6 teaser in 2018. It was all a part of the plan. Elder Scrolls 6 was supposed to come out next. But then, no. Here's where it gets messy. Bethesda was dealing with huge internal pressures, publisher expectations, fan backlash for long dev cycles, and a team that needed a fresh idea. Enter Starfield. It wasn't that fresh of an idea, to be honest. I mean, it's Todd Howard's supposed to be magnum opus. But Starfield gave the studio a creative reset. Todd Howard said they wanted something new to work on before returning to big RPG sequels. And that's why the studio pivoted. It wasn't that the fans, us, got bored. Bethesda got bored. And I guess that's all that matters, is if the developers get bored, they don't have to do what everyone wants. They do what they want. Anyways, Fallout 76 didn't start out as the main game for the studio. It was originally a smaller online project. But as Starfield and the Elder Scrolls 6 development got timetable questions, Bethesda ended up putting more weight on it than expected. They're like, hey, when are we getting this Starfield, this Elder Scrolls 6? And Todd went, we're working on something completely different. Fallout 76's release before Starfield and before anything solid on the Elder Scrolls 6 suggests 76 might have been a fallback or filler, not the big RPG sequel everyone hoped for. And today, well, Bethesda has confirmed Fallout 5 is still planned, but not until after Elder Scrolls 6, as we all know. And if you think you're getting Elder Scrolls 6 this year, I am so sorry. You are not. Don't be sad. We'll eventually get it somewhere down the road, but not today or this year. Maybe next year.
It's like an outrage culture.
We get Fallout 5, which I'll probably be dead. That's years down the road. I'll be dead or in a home. Fans can be pretty divided on this, though. Not putting me in a home, but on 76. Some say Fallout 76 was a necessary experiment. Others feel like it derailed the mainline series. And there's truth on both sides. My opinion, I don't think it was a necessary experiment. No, definitely an experiment, but necessary, not so much. And did it derail the mainline series? I don't think it derailed it. It took it down a different path, but derailment? No. But the big takeaway, Bethesda did not ever intend for Fallout 76
look at that 30 FPS.
be the major follow-up to Fallout 4, especially the way it ended up being. Skyrim was supposed to lead into Elder Scrolls 6. Instead, we got Fallout 76, then Starfield, and now, for the foreseeable future, the Elder Scrolls 6, followed eventually by Fallout 5. We're all over the place. That's not even a fan theory. That's what the evidence and insider reporting suggests. And it's why understanding how Bethesda's plans shifted actually matter. Not just for lore folk like us, but for expectations around the franchise. So tell me, what do you think? Should Bethesda have stuck with Elder Scrolls 6 instead of Fallout 76? Or did Fallout 76 pave the way for something greater down the line? As for me, I like Fallout 76. But if I could have had Skyrim, Fallout 4, Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout 5, Starfield, then Fallout 76, that would have been fine. Fallout 76, years from now, Starfield comes out next year, we're playing Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5. If I had my choice, that's how I would. But I don't. I don't work for them. I work for myself. And now I gotta go through all my old B-roll for Fallout 4, Skyrim, Starfield, and whatever else I decide to throw in there. All right, bye.
Now let's get to Sandy Petty. All right. Alyssa.
Yeah. What have you got?
I printed out
court documents.
I printed out some court documents today. You know what?
Tell me.
I love mess. I love other people's.
We're going to get messy today.
I love other people's messes. I love court documents, especially if they're about people I don't like. I just love it. I love reading a lawsuit. Like when we did our This Fucking Guy episode on Nancy Mace, I'm like reading depositions and shit.
So
I cannot express how much I love this shit. It is so juicy and funny and messy to me, and like maybe in a way that betrays the fact that there's something broken in my brain. But
Tell me, what have we got?
Last year, Gadzooks outfitted former Senator Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona, who was, I think we can agree, tied for most annoying Democrat in the Senate with Joe Manchin. I think she gets a lot more credit for being annoying, but Joe Manchin was equally as annoying as her. We don't want to like sexism Kyrsten Sinema. Kyrsten Sinema is being sued by a woman named Heather Amell, who is a North Carolina woman who claims that her husband, her ex-husband, left her because he and Kyrsten Sinema were having an affair.
Oh.
Now, the reason that this is possible is that North Carolina's marriage and divorce laws are a little bit wacky. I think North Carolina is the only state where if your spouse leaves you for somebody else, you can sue the affair partner for like alienation of affection. So you can sue them for damages. And so Kyrsten Sinema is being sued by the former Mrs. Amell. I think it's important to point out that Mr. Amell, Kyrsten Sinema's now boyfriend, I'm assuming, unless something has changed since late last year, is a real fucking piece of shit. Like, he's a real piece of shit. His wife stayed home and cared for their children. His wife cared for the house. She was a full-time stay-at-home mom. Well, he went out and made money. He had mental health issues and substance abuse issues, and she stood with him and she supported him in his attempts to get himself right and find the right career and support the family. Like, the value of the labor she provided and the value of the fact that she had 3 children for him is worth so much more than any salary he could possibly earn. And that's how I feel about every stay-at-home mom who keeps a house. It is, you're worth more than your husband. I'm just going to say that. That's my feminism for today.
Yep.
Okay.
Her husband took a job working security for Senator Sinema at the time. And apparently right after, according to these court documents, right after he got hired, her former head of security was like, hey, she sleeps with her security people and she's kind of a mess, and like I'm leaving, we should maybe find different jobs. And he was like, no, that's fine. So anyway, then they started kind of like having a texting affair, which advanced to being like an actual sexual affair. But something that I found was really funny was that in this lawsuit, which is my Sanny and my Petty, Sinema sounds nuts. She sounds
What
like
do you mean?
nutty. Like the way that she pursued him, she would send him pictures of herself in a towel. He's like married. Apparently like the husband and wife, like their marriage was good. And then she started really like going in.
She was pushy with it.
Plaintiff discovered, here's something that I thought was really funny. Funny like in that it reflects very poorly on former Senator Sinema. Beginning in January 2024, while plaintiff Mr. Amell and the children were residing in Moore County, North Carolina, plaintiff discovered defendant frequently messaging Mr. Amell on Signal, the messaging app. Always with the Signal.
It's not safe, people.
I mean, also everybody knows what it's for now. It's for like disappearing messages. It's like, whatever. Anyway, defendant had knowledge Mr. Amell was residing in North Carolina at the time that she sent the messages, blah, 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 blah. Plaintiff discovered messages which included a picture of defendant wrapped in a towel. Defendant offered to help Mr. Amell work through his mental health challenges, and Mr. Amell agreed. Mr. Amell stated to defendant he was intimidated by her, and defendant asked why, because she only wants to be intimidating to her opponents, not people that she likes. And defendant suggested for Mr. Amell to bring MDMA drugs on a work trip so she could guide him through a psychedelic experience. That's
Whoa, she's a shaman.
MDMA, okay, like whatever. This is arguing semantics, but MDMA is not. You don't need a guide for that. It's not like mushrooms or LSD.
No, but also she's not a psychiatrist, and he has mental health issues, and I simply think that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They also she took him on trips with her. They started traveling a lot together. At one point, they went on a trip to Las Vegas, and the wife came with, and they went to Cindy McCain's suite. And Kyrsten Sinema talked to the wife and is like, could you believe that did you ever think you'd be in Cindy McCain's suite? So Arizona. That's like the most
weird.
Arizona, like Cindy McCain. Ooh, she's like my Beyonce or whatever. So anyway, this lawsuit is available publicly. It really
Yeah.
makes former Senator Sinema. It confirmed a lot of things I suspected about her, which is like she seems nuts. Sounds like
Messy.
she kind of is, and like I really hope that the ex-wife of this guy gets the money that she wants because she deserves that, and so much more. So that's my Sandy/Petty.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is also just like fact of the day about getting divorced in North Carolina.
Yeah,
There's an
it's-
affair.
It's a interesting place to get divorced. It's also like one of my neighbors used to work for a divorce attorney in LA, where in California divorce
Oh,
laws
I
are
remember you. I remember you saying.
bananas. And some of the things that she's like talked about having to deal with at work are pretty crazy. I think that
I'm
like
sure.
it makes sense that Kim Kardashian's show is about like a divorce firm because there's so much drama.
Did you watch that show? All's
No.
Fair?
I absorbed what I needed to absorb through osmosis,
I gotta
and I
be
carried on
honest.
with my life.
I watched it. I'm not going to call it competency porn, don't worry, but like, it entertained me.
Okay. Well,
It's like Glenn Close is never wrong. I
True.
will just say if people are looking for shows that are not that stressful, it's fashion. Kim Kardashian's not terrible. Sarah Paulson is chaotic intentionally, and
Sarah Paulson.
that are not that stressful. It's fashion. Kim Kardashian's not terrible. Sarah,
needed to absorb through osmosis,
I gotta
and I
be
carried on
honest.
with my life.
I watched it. I'm not going to call it competency porn, don't worry, but like, it entertained me.
Okay. Well,
It's like Glenn Close is never wrong. I
True.
will just say if people are looking for shows that are not that stressful, it's fashion. Kim Kardashian's not terrible. Sarah Paulson is chaotic intentionally, and Glenn Close is like Glenn Close. So I don't know, I'm not gonna lie, I was excited about season 2.
okay. I've been rewatching Mr. Show, but I'll put that in the queue.
Just put it in the queue. It's, you know what? It's great to entertain you while you're folding laundry.
Okay.
If you do that in your house, I'm not assuming things.
Oh
but
yeah. I fold
When I am
laundry.
folding laundry, I would put it on. I'd be like, I'm going to clean the kitchen and put Kim K on.
Love that for you. Okay, Alyssa, Sandy or Petty this week?
I don't know. Maybe a little bit of both. Have you been following the messiness in the Beckham household?
Mistress, I have come to offer myself in service. Please.
Oh, you will serve me. I went to a lot of trouble imbuing this bauble with untold power. Now yours shall be added.
For 100,000 years, I have planned for this moment. Let the way be opened to my prize.
Ready for midnight. Complete the final chapter of the War Within campaign. Am I done? I guess I did. Did I do Alliance War Within? Ready for midnight. Complete the final chapter of the War Within. Visions of a Shadowed Sun. Siren Squall during Storm on Siren Isle. Lingering Shadows. Siren Isle. Deposit all 10 ore at once in the Courier Mission or Recovery World Quest. I only need one trip. Undermine. Complete the following storylines in Undermine. I haven't done Undermine. The Knife's Edge. Koresh. So, okay, meet Bran Bronzebeard to Delves or whatever. To Delves. Meet Bran Bronzebeard within Dorgal. Hi, kitty. You want to say hello? You want to sit on my lap? Did you have a good time outside? Yeah? You were out there for a long time. You know, you wanted back out there at like 3 o'clock and you left for like another 3 hours or something. Yeah, you smell that. An interesting smell, isn't it? On my fingers, it's keyboard. It's keyboard, kitty. Years of stale, stank-ass finger stench. It's keyboard, kitty. Oh, I love you, kitty. Goodbye. Dornagal Chisel. Nice. 2 delves. Meet Bran Bronzebeard within Dornagal. 3 out of 5 time walking dungeons. Is there a bonus right now? No. Random dungeon. Time walking dungeon. There is a bonus right now. Yay. Let's do another one of those. Yeah, we'll go meet Bran Bronzebeard. Is this what you want of me? Is that what you want me to do? Into the darkest memories. Somebody's the road for vision. Somebody's the road for vision. Repair the fist for visions bends off. No, I'm not though. Into the darkest memories. Meet Bram's Bronzebeard within Dornagal. Wire ground mouse not allowed here. What do you mean?
Yes, I skimmed it, and then because I didn't know the full context, so it was one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm reading this, I don't know what else there is, what other information I should consider before I form an opinion. So why don't you fill me in?
I don't know how much there is to consider, but basically Brooklyn was estranged from his mom and dad, Victoria, and oh my God, David. I'm like he's just hot. That's all I think about. But he was estranged from them. It had kind of been like low boil, like a simmer for a while. And he and his wife, Nicola Peltz, they take to Instagram 8 pages of why they're not going to reconcile. Now, here's the thing.
Can I get waters, please?
I don't care. I don't really give a shit at all. Except then they kind of made me care. And then I started reading. And I have to tell you, here was something. I was like 3 engagement parties, and Victoria and David wouldn't go to the one in Palm Beach. Why? Oh, because her dad's a huge Trumper. Her family is super MAGA.
Oh, okay. So there is some there are some subtleties here, and it's not a very clear situation. It's not it could be an everyone sucks here situation instead of like they're the assholes.
It's like an everyone sucks here situation, but also if Brooklyn here's the thing. If you're gonna post about how you can't stand your parents and everything that's wrong with your parents, well, if your revenue stream is your tomato sauce that's simply based on having your parents' last name, I'm going to say maybe take it from a 10 down to a 5.
Okay, so what I understand from what I read is that he also said that his parents tried to buy the rights to his name before the marriage.
Yes.
And I'm also seeing that Victoria Beckham kind of hijacked the first dance, according to Brooklyn.
So we all say release the wedding tapes. We want to see it. But like in other videos that I found of her dancing with her family and friends, she dances like a nerd. Like she dances like a slightly drunk nerd. She wasn't like grinding up on anyone.
So it sounds like you're on team Victoria and David here.
Here's what I am. I don't think anyone's going to suffer because of what's happening. I just feel like Brooklyn brought us into a mess that, like, I think the reason they did it is because they wanted attention and they wanted people to be on their side, and they thought that it was going to be more of a, like, Meghan Harry situation. It's
Hi,
not.
Kitty, you want to sit on my lap?
Okay.
What Meghan and Harry went through is very different than what he's talking about. And I think more than anything, people were like, you just should have kept this to yourself. Like,
Interesting.
you're fine.
That's not really what I'm seeing. Like a different
What are you
take.
seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of people who are taking his word as
the fuck was
true
that?
and that are really feeling for him. That are sad that like he had his first dance at his wedding hijacked. It doesn't really matter if like she can dance seductively. Just that I think she wore white to the wedding.
I don't know.
Yeah, and there are some things where it's just like, yeah, I think that like on really important life events, if somebody acts like fucked up to you, you kind of hold on to that. Like if someone acts,
I get that.
If somebody acts fucked up to you at your wedding, especially if they're supposed to be close to you and they like cause you problems, and that you kind of hold on to that. Or if somebody acts fucked up to you like right after you have a baby, that's another. Or like while you're pregnant,
totally
I think
agree.
that like life events like. It bruises more if it happens in the context of like a major life event.
But there was like also, see, this is the thing. I never would have questioned any of this prior to these posts, which feel like maybe they're missing some context.
Yeah.
Because he also says that like Victoria ditched out on making Nicola's wedding dress like shortly before the wedding, but she wore a Valentino that had been like, according to the internet, months in the making. So I'm like, I don't know. So the thing is, someone who didn't give a shit about them before is now like, I don't know.
Yeah. There is something that feels a little bit like, yeah, maybe we need more information. If what he's saying is 100% true, then wow, that really sucks. But there's a possibility that what he's saying isn't 100% true or is lacking.
Right. In which case, he can just like not talk to his parents and it's fine.
Yeah, lots of people don't talk to their parents.
You know, but like, I guess also, look, I know I'm Gen X. I'm the same age as Victoria, David Beckham, and that man has been doing gardening videos for years and tending to his baby chicks, and I'm sorry, he's won me over.
David?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So it wasn't
His
just
gardening-
him being an incredible soccer player. He won you over with the gardening.
Oh, no, it was gardening content. It's his gardening and his tending to the baby ducks and how he makes fun of Victoria because Victoria doesn't cook, and he's just like, get out of my kitchen because you don't cook. They are a level of rich that I will never understand, but if they have at least done a good job of building up their online brand over the years.
I'm just trying to picture like Lionel Messi getting really into like mushroom foraging, and Alyssa being
Listen.
like, I am really into this new mushroom forager, Lionel Messi. I didn't know anything about him.
That is exactly what happened, Erin. I can tell you what the first carrots that he grew looked like because they came out very misshapen, and he was a little bummed, but still glad that they grew.
I'm glad that he shared that with people because like
did.
he can't be the David Beckham of everything, right? He's just a regular guy of gardening.
He's just a regular guy with a garden, and he loves it, and his garden clothes are really cool.
Hey, you know what? Our sannies are our sannies. Our petties are our
look.
petties.
It's what gets us through.
¡Suerte! ¡Suerte, señora! ¡Suelta a la niña! 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 Bring your kids out!
I can't move.
Okay. Call your kids now.
I will, please. Oh my God. Why? My son is a citizen. We're citizens. My son is a citizen. We have paperwork. We have all the paperwork.
Why are they getting my dad? Why are they getting my dad? No, my dad. No, they're getting my dad.
If you thought you've seen it all, I can assure you that the ICE Gestapo is always cooking up new ways to terrorize people. And nobody is safe, not even kids, apparently. You just saw them terrorize multiple children, regardless if they were citizens or not. And this is not a new phenomenon, by the way. In fact, they deported 3 children last April who happened to be U.S. citizens. Among them was a 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer who was deported without medication. And if they are willing to deny due process to a 4-year-old citizen with stage 4 cancer, that should tell you everything you need to know about these jackbooted thugs. But that wasn't an isolated incident, because photographer Mostafa Bassem captured this moment of a boy being stopped and questioned by ICE thugs about his citizenship while he was returning home after buying a snack. And since he didn't have documentation on him, they decided to kidnap him, leaving his parents to wonder why their son left and never came back. There's also 5-year-old Liam Ramos, who was snatched by ICE thugs in Minneapolis on his way home from preschool. And as Congressman Jimmy Gomez reports, they actually kidnapped Liam to use him as bait to lure out his father, and it apparently worked, because both the father and his 5-year-old were whisked away to a concentration camp in Texas. But he's one of multiple kids to go missing in that school district, and Liam's teacher is now speaking out on his behalf to local news, and what she says is genuinely heartbreaking.
Inside Valley View Elementary in Columbia Heights, there's a preschool classroom filled with 4- and 5-year-olds who may soon wonder what happened to one of their classmates, Liam Ramos.
He's a bright young student, and he's so kind.
Ella Sullivan is Liam's preschool teacher. She says her students haven't asked about Liam yet, but they will, and she and other teachers wonder how they can possibly answer their questions.
All I want is for him to be safe and back here.
The family's lawyer says Liam is likely being held with his father at a detention facility in Texas.
We have clients that once they're picked up, they're whisked away to the airport literally within hours.
School officials say Liam is one of 4 students who have been detained by ICE agents over the last 2 weeks, including another student who was also detained on Tuesday.
On the way to school, a 17-year-old high school student, a minor, was taken by armed, masked agents. Alone. No parents were present.
Superintendent Zena Stenvik says the other 2 students include another 17-year-old and her mother, who were detained by ICE last week, and a 10-year-old girl who was also detained with her mother on their way to school 2 weeks ago.
And by the end of the school day, they were already in a detention center in Texas, and they are still there.
He's terrified.
It's terrifying and unfathomably depraved, especially because Liam and his father are both asylum seekers who came here presumably to flee political persecution or danger. But I mean, it wouldn't make a difference if they were permanent residents or even citizens, because this 5-year-old girl was deported to Honduras even though she is a United States citizen. So it's becoming increasingly clear that citizenship is no longer a deterrent. If you're not white, they will target you, period. And this is because our rogue Supreme Court greenlit racial profiling, and ICE is sure as shit making use of that unconstitutional decision, and it is creating a nightmare for certain communities. I watched a TikTok from a woman in Minneapolis who said that they're all right now basically living like the early days of the COVID-19 quarantine in 2020, because anytime you go out, you put yourself in danger if you don't have white skin. For example, this woman in Louisiana was followed by 3 ICE Nazis when she left home, but luckily she got back home in time for her father to run them off. Just watch.
Leave me alone!
Hispanic people against Hispanics, bro. We have this feeling that it's not going to be the last time. I think it's a persecution. Why? Because now it doesn't matter if you have papers, if you speak English, or you're citizens. But it's not enough.
And he's right about that. This is a common occurrence. Nasra Ahmed, a 23-year-old Somali American, was abducted by ICE and detained for 2 days, even though she is a U.S. citizen. They called her a racial slur, and they slammed her to the ground so hard that they gave her a literal concussion. There's also 56-year-old Chung-Lee Scott Tao, another U.S. citizen who was kidnapped by ICE from his home, and the Sahan Journal reports he was paraded out of his home on St. Paul's East Side Sunday afternoon into the frigid cold, wearing only a pair of blue shorts and Crocs, a baby blanket draped over his shoulders, his hands cuffed behind him, flanked by federal immigration officers who ignored his request to change into warmer clothes. The agents had broken through his front door moments earlier with guns drawn as his grandson slept nearby, said Tao, a 56-year-old U.S. citizen. They arrested him without a warrant because he matched the description of one of their targets, and they then drove him around for an hour before dropping him off at home without an apology, Tao told Sahan Journal. In other words, they're basically kidnapping people for the crime of not being white. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen anymore. It doesn't even matter if you're a fucking cop, because even though cops are on the side of ICE, they're also being targeted when they're off duty if they're not white.
We, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, preventing her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction. And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers.
That is crazy. So people of color are literally being hunted down wherever they are. It doesn't matter if you're a law-abiding citizen or not. Your skin color is a sufficient justification for your imprisonment to these brown shirts. Just to give you another example, journalist Aaron Reichlin-Melnick shared this excerpt from a Star Tribune article that details how truly twisted these thugs are. He writes, ICE agents ate lunch at a small local Mexican restaurant in Minnesota, enjoyed their meal, then came back later that night as the restaurant was closing down and arrested the people who had served them. I mean, this level of sheer racism and moral depravity can't be reformed. It's like we've taken a time machine back to fucking Nazi Germany, and on that note, we kind of just breezed by the fact that they broke down Chung-Lee Scott Tao's door, just like the Gestapo did during the Third Reich, by the way. But here's a picture of what they did to his door. They quite literally barged in by breaking the fucking frame of his door without a warrant, mind you, and they kidnapped him. They kidnapped a U.S. citizen. And this is just the beginning of their campaign to terrorize people by going door to door. This has already started in Minneapolis. I have a video about this. But an ICE whistleblower sent a memo to a senator that confirms that they're being told it's okay for them to break into people's homes without judicial warrants, which is why we're seeing this happen so much more frequently. And this is a textbook violation of the Fourth Amendment, but as I've pointed out before, the Constitution that's governed us for hundreds of years is no longer in effect. So the provisions that once shielded us from this kind of overt government tyranny are no longer there to protect us. And it's not just the Fourth Amendment that's being trampled on, by the way, it's also the First Amendment. I say this because even white U.S. citizens who try to use their privilege to protect people of color in their communities are being being brutalized for peacefully exercising their free speech.
In Minneapolis, federal agents clashed with protesters once again Friday, including when one protester in an animal mask danced in the street outside of the Whipple Federal Building, which has become ground zero for anti-ICE protests in the city. Federal agents quickly approached that person and forced them to the ground.
I got out of my car with my whistle and I started blowing my whistle, and then they started macing us, and I didn't do anything but blow my whistle, and the officer punched me in the face, knocked off my glasses, and I was still whistling, and then he punched me again and knocked me down, and then they arrested me.
Today I got arrested for being in a street. I wasn't impeding traffic. I was just scolding Nazis for their bad decisions. And they came up, they lined up, and then they sprinted after me. And they chased me for blocks. I was running for my life. I was scared. I don't know what they're going to do to me. They're fucking Nazis. A woman was filming me from her minivan, and I begged her to let me in because I was scared. So I jumped in the back of her minivan, and you know what they did? They came up and they put a gun to her face. They pulled a pistol on her and put a gun to her face. This is not America. This is not freedom. This is fascism. It's here now. While I was detained, they put us into a cell without ventilation. They put us in there, and people were pepper sprayed, so we're just coughing the whole time. They didn't read me my rights. They didn't read any of their rights. No one got to speak to a lawyer. One man was in there. They beat his face in. He was bleeding. His face was smashed in for the crime of blowing a whistle in public. Wake the fuck up, America!
So the dude in the furry mask was just dancing, but it didn't matter. The Gestapo tackled him to the ground anyway, and the news pretends like it was a clash when in actuality it was the jackbooted thugs that unilaterally decided to assault peaceful protesters. A clash implies that both sides are equally culpable, but that was very clearly not the case based on the footage that they showed us. And getting punched in the face or getting a gun to the head are just some of the things that they're going to do to brutalize you if you dare to film them or peacefully protest. This picture was published in the Star Tribune, and it shows ICE Nazis blasting this person right in the fucking face at point blank after they kidnapped 2 minors in South Minneapolis. And I'm assuming that this person was telling them to stop or yelling at them, and this was the punishment for that. And this kind of state-sanctioned violence is happening across the country. At a California protest following Renee Good's execution, 21-year-old Caden Rumler was blinded in one eye permanently after a brown shirt hit him in the face with a projectile. But he was just the first person to be blinded in one eye, because at that same protest, 31-year-old Brian Rodriguez was also blinded in one eye after an ICE Nazi shot him in the face with a projectile for peacefully protesting as well. And I think it's important that we hear from Caden, because his life is never going to be the same because he dared to try to be a good citizen and peacefully protest. But the fact that he survived is a minor miracle in and of itself. Just listen to what he says.
From what I've heard the doctors say and everyone else, yes, I will be blind for life. They said my globe was...
We watched this video yesterday.
He almost got me, bud. No, 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 no!
The massive success of Arc Raiders has shown without a doubt what players want from games. And more importantly, it's completely embarrassing the AAA game industry that players are fed up with. And that's because it's focused on one simple thing that the game industry has stopped prioritizing. Arc Raiders is just fun. At its core, it's an extraction shooter. You spawn into a map, you loot, you fight robots, and if things go bad, you lose everything. But the mechanic that changes everything is that the other players can either help you, ignore you, or just hunt you down, light you up, and steal your gear. And that uncertainty creates constant tension. It's fun because it keeps dropping you into these small, high-stakes moments over and over again.
I have no ammo, though. Thank you. Yeah,
You can play as a good Samaritan or as a complete monster.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Either way, everybody who plays it says the same thing. Just one more game.
One more game, one more game, one more game, one more game.
But to really understand why Arc Raiders hits so well, we have to go back and explore a concept from a much earlier time in gaming. No, that's too far. Back in the day, Halo was the game. The original Combat Evolved defined the shooter game on consoles, and Halo 2 brought it all online. And there was really nothing like it. As a millennial, it's difficult to explain to younger people just how big of a deal Halo was. Being able to get onto Xbox Live and just light up random people, voice chat with people around the world, make new friends, and actually genuinely socialize, and talk the most abhorrent, disgusting trash talk imaginable was like discovering fire.
Hey, you're just mad because I'll be able to do something with my fucking guitar in hands that you'll never be able to achieve in your entire life, kid. So yeah, you're gay.
Now, I can make a whole video about Halo, but there's one concept I want to talk about, and I remember learning about it while watching the Making of Halo 2 documentary. This documentary was on a bonus DVD in the Halo 2 Collector's Edition, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I've probably watched this documentary 50 or 60 times over the last 20 years. This doc is one of the most motivating things to watch when you're trying to be inspired or be productive, because it's just about this small studio of dudes grinding to finish making Halo 2, one of the best games ever made. But this right here is the concept I'm talking about.
In Halo 1, there was maybe 30 seconds of fun that happened over and over and over and over again. So if you can get 30 seconds of fun, you can pretty much stretch that out to be an entire game. And so you can have all the great graphics and all the different characters and lots of different weapons with amazing effects, but if you don't nail that 30 seconds, you're not going to have a great game.
This idea, 30 seconds of fun, was the core principle that developers stuck to in the era to come. And it didn't just give us Halo, it gave us an entire golden age of online games. For me, that era looked like Halo 2 and 3, ODST and Reach, but also the early Call of Duty games. Call of Duty 4 absolutely nails the 30 seconds of fun. At its core, it's still a run and gun game, but it introduces kill streaks, which was a totally new mechanic at the time, and another way to build tension and payoff into every short encounter.
Helicopter support, standing by.
Then you had modes like Nazi Zombies and co-op games like Left 4 Dead. Nail the moment-to-moment gameplay and build a loop that players want to stay inside. This era is also where downloadable content comes in, and this part really matters, because during this era, DLC was actually great. It didn't exist to fix broken or unfinished games. It existed to extend games that were already great. You had full story and multiplayer expansions for GTA 4. The original Red Dead Redemption got Undead Nightmare, Halo map packs, new Call of Duty Zombies map packs, the story DLC across the Mass Effect trilogy. All of this stuff was reasonably priced and pretty much guaranteed you an awesome week of gaming. When a map pack dropped, it would rally all your friends to get back into a game that you all already loved. And this is why I personally consider that era to be the true golden age of online gaming. Developers' #1 priority was still that 30 seconds of fun, and it resulted in hit after hit. Online gaming platforms and infrastructure finally existed. Budgets were bigger, but they weren't bloated and out of control. So games didn't have to pull $100 million in microtransactions just to survive. And we got DLC that wasn't financially predatory.
Alright, the servers are officially down. Social Slayer population 0. I think this is it, boys. I don't think it is. Oh my god. Stand on the sub him if you like.
Arc Raiders feels like it was made during that era. More advanced, technically, obviously, but it feels like it was made with the developer integrity from that era that we took for granted. And there was actually another game that started out in a similar way. In early 2017, a small development team with a reasonably small budget released a game called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds into early access. Its premise was also kind of simple. 100 players drop into a massive map, you scavenge for weapons and gear, a shrinking play area forced confrontation, and when you died, you were out. Last man standing wins. High stakes, high intensity, 30 seconds of fun, over and over.
Brendan Green, creator, producer, designer of the massively successful most played game on Steam.
Yes.
25 million copies sold, approximately, right?
Oh yeah, 25.
Concurrent players in the millions. I've never seen anything. It just smashed.
We're gonna hit, I think, 3 million concurrents today.
PUBG would go on to make $17 billion worldwide. Now, by this point, the industry had already started with a lot of predatory monetization tactics. But PUBG's reasonable $30 price tag and lack of aggressive monetization loops showed everybody that a game could be very successful without them. And that's where Fortnite comes in. Developed by Epic Games, a much larger, well-capitalized studio with decades of experience and a live service-capable infrastructure already in place. Fortnite originally launched in mid-2017 as a paid PvE co-op survival game called Save the World, but it didn't take off. When PUBG exploded, Epic recognized the opportunity almost immediately. Within months, Epic repurposed Fortnite's existing systems, built a 100-player battle royale mode, and released it free-to-play in September 2017. And people loved it. Early Fortnite was good. It took PUBG's core loop, drop, loot, survive, and made it more accessible and less punishing. It ran better, it was available on consoles, it had a stylized art direction that appealed to a broader audience, and most importantly, it worked. By early 2018, Fortnite surpassed PUBG in active players, hit over 3 million concurrent players, became the most watched game on Twitch, and generated billions of dollars per year. And Fortnite proved something PUBG never tried to prove, that it could be wrapped in a live service business model at massive scale. Battle passes, cosmetics, seasonal content, limited time rewards. This was the pivot. It showed the rest of the AAA industry how to take a proven loop, layer monetization on top of it, and turn a single title into a perpetual revenue machine. Now, to be clear, Fortnite's not responsible for everything that followed, but it is the moment where this blueprint became infectious. And this ultimately led to the disaster that is the present-day AAA gaming industry. So I'll admit, I haven't been a huge gamer in recent years. I'll pick stuff up to play casually here and there, but until I started researching for this video, I hadn't realized just how bad it's gotten. Seriously, as somebody who used to play the Modern Warfare and Black Ops games, can somebody tell me what the f is even Call of Duty now? Cartoon character skins, giant robots, machetes falling out of the sky, Nicki Minaj. It's like every game has that weird, colorful, Fortnite-ified slop feel to it. AAA developers aren't building finished products anymore. They're building retention monetization machines. The goal is to keep players logged in and progressing, and to keep them exposed to as much monetization for as long as possible. Live service design forced into genres that don't support it, battle passes layered onto full-priced games, artificial grind tuned around XP boosts and paid skips, loot boxes, daily and weekly challenges designed to create obligation, limited time cosmetics engineered entirely around FOMO, with studios openly designing monetization systems around dopamine reward loops, psychological conditioning, habit formation, and fear of missing out. And on top of all that stuff, the base price of video games is quickly climbing. Nintendo is already charging $80 for Mario Kart and other Switch 2 titles. And internally, the conversation has already moved past if games will cost $100 and on to who will be the first one to do it. Former Call of Duty creative leadership has openly stated that a $100 price point is inevitable because AAA economics are reaching a breaking point, that this price increase is needed because of the cost of AAA games. So basically the industry is telling us that games need budgets of $200 or $300 million. Games need to cost $100 at retail, and they need to have multiple huge layers of monetization placed on top of that price. But that's all bullshit, because this is where Arc Raiders drop kicks these goobers with a reality check. Now, I've actually been playing Arc Raiders, and it's the first online game I've played in a long time, probably since PUBG, that genuinely brought me back to that old Xbox Live feeling. It's funny too, playing this now that I'm older, I actually enjoy cooperating and helping random people out on their raids.
You guys are both gonna extract and you're gonna be nice people, okay? You're gonna be nice people and you're gonna behave.
But if this game existed during my younger Modern Warfare 2 lobby days, I would have played this game like an absolute psychopath.
Well.
But that's kind of what makes it so great. That unpredictability, not knowing who you're gonna stumble into, it's perfect. And it's interesting too, because you can actually pinpoint the exact moment where Embark Studios figured out exactly what their 30 seconds of fun needed to be. Early in development, it was conceived as a purely PvE co-op experience. Players versus the machines working together to scavenge and survive. But through their internal playtesting, Embark ran into a hard truth. PvE on its own wasn't enough. It just wasn't fun. That moment-to-moment tension wasn't there, so the team made a critical design decision.
I said, listen, I think that we need this to be a PvP game to some extent.
They introduced PvP, not as a primary focus, but as a pressure layer. There was a constant chaos that was totally unique every time you played.
But if you think about what happens when you play against other humans, you just realize that finite distance gets closer to infinite, because now you have all the permutations of human behavior in the session.
That combination, PvE-VP, is where Arc Raiders 30 Seconds of Fun finally clicked. And just to tie it back to Halo, the original Halo almost shipped without System Link, which allowed people to connect multiple Xboxes for 16-player matches. The idea being that nobody back then would bother doing that. But because Bungie knew just how fun those 16-player matches were, they figured out a way to package it in, and it revolutionized the genre. These decisions happen when developers care about players having fun, and it shows just how far the AAA industry has drifted from that basic principle. Arc Raiders works not because it reinvented gaming, but because it stripped away everything that wasn't necessary. And in doing that, it quietly invalidates a decade of excuses from AAA publishers. And it makes sense. The game wasn't made by outsiders who didn't understand the AAA system. Embark Studios was founded by veteran developers who came directly out of the AAA pipeline, many of them from DICE, the studio behind Battlefield. They've seen firsthand how modern AAA games are made. They understand how the machine operates because they were part of it. And what Arc Raiders represents is a conscious decision to step outside of that machine. One of the biggest lies that the AAA industry tells players is that this model is unavoidable, that these massive budgets, $200, $300, $400 million, is just the cost of making modern games. But Arc Raiders and other AA and even indie game studios shows just how backwards that really is. At that scale, the game has to extract as much money as possible from the player base just to break even. Fun takes a back seat to the monetization machine. It's why you see so many games nowadays that look massive in scope at first glance. Games that technically have everything, but are shallow and forgettable. They just layer on a bunch of crap that doesn't matter in order to justify the scale. The reality is most games would be far better and more affordable if they just honed into what works and cut out all the fluff. Arc Raiders knows exactly what it is. It's an awesome PvE-VP extraction shooter with its own captivating universe. It's not trying to be anything more. It's not bloated. During the Golden Age, studios could take risks because budgets were big enough to make cool stuff, but they were small enough so that publishers allowed them to take risks. They kind of used the shotgun approach. They didn't put all their eggs in one basket, so they could afford to try new things and take creative risks. That's why you ended up with Halo 3, BioShock, Mass Effect, Portal, Call of Duty 4, Uncharted, Super Mario Galaxy, and The Witcher in a single year. Today, studios operate under a sniper approach. Pick one historically successful IP, spend $400 pumping it full of every half-baked mechanic possible, market it to everyone in the safest, least risky way imaginable.
You're alone, not living, no hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in a cubicle, so...
Then layer on every form of monetization that you can justify. At the same time, these AAA publishers will cite these insane budgets as the reason why the cost of games has to go up. That $100 games are inevitable. And yet, Arc Raiders is $40, and its monetization is very light. It's cosmetic only, there's no pay-to-win mechanics, no purchasable power, and no gameplay advantages tied to spending. Progression systems, gear, augments, and core gameplay tools are earned through play. Arc Raiders uses Raider decks, functionally similar to Battle Passes, but with key differences. The 2 Raider decks released so far have been entirely free. Paid Raider decks, when introduced, will be cosmetic only, and no gameplay items, power boosts, or progression advantages are locked behind payment. Embark has also been unusually generous for a game studio with their in-game currency. And finally, they don't prey on FOMO. Raider decks do not expire, progress is not reset seasonally, and currency isn't wiped. Arc Raiders respects its audience and their wallets, and it's massively successful because of it. And that's probably the part that's hardest for the AAA industry to admit. It just focused on going back to 30 seconds of fun. Arc Raiders isn't just a great game. It's also a sign of what's possible for the future of gaming. Because while AAA is collapsing under its own weight, We're watching smaller studios, AA and indie teams, rise up with smart, disciplined projects that prioritize gameplay, respect players, and succeed without billion-dollar bloat. Indie and AA games now account for 48% of all full game revenue on Steam, up from just 25% in 2018. But there is one risk, because just like they did with Battle Royale, and just like they did with hero shooters, the AAA industry will try to make a blueprint for our creators. They're already watching, already calculating, trying to figure out how to twist this into a retention-first money printer. Because the last thing that they want to admit is that you can win just by making a fun game. But if you liked this video, make sure to check out this video, which I think you'll really like. And let me know in the comment section what I should cover next.
Arc Raiders Nation podcast. What? Brian Menard.
There's an ancient symbol that appears across civilizations, separated by oceans and millennia, yet arriving at the same image. A serpent, coiled in perfect symmetry, its jaws clamped around its own tail. The Greeks called it Ouroboros. The Egyptians carved it into tombs. Alchemists drew it in the margins of forbidden texts. It represents something both elegant and horrifying. A system that sustains itself by consuming itself. Perfectly closed, perfectly efficient, eternally in motion, yet incapable of producing anything new. No external energy enters, no waste exits. The circle is complete. And that completion is its death sentence. Now, watch what happens when you apply that symbol to an entire industry. MMOs did not decline because players left. They declined because players stayed. Because a genre whose customers never leave becomes economically impossible to compete with, and therefore impossible to renew. The genre followed its economic logic to absolute perfection, and that perfection made its extinction inevitable. What you're watching isn't failure. It's a closed loop completing itself. It's the serpent's mouth reaching its tail. And the moment that circle closes, nothing new can grow inside it. This is not a story about burnout, TikTok brain, or kids these days lacking commitment. This is about a business model that achieved its ultimate success condition, permanent customer capture, and discovered, far too late, that success and sustainability are not the same thing. Picture a dead genre. It doesn't look like a graveyard. It looks like a gold mine. Servers humming with millions of logins, revenue hitting record highs. But ask any venture capitalist if they'd fund the next great MMO and watch them laugh you out of the room. That's the difference between a body and a ghoul. The comfortable explanations. Modern gamers have TikTok brain. Nobody wants to commit anymore. Players just burned out are psychologically soothing precisely because they externalize systemic collapse onto individual weakness. Your short attention span, your lack of dedication, your moral failure to stay subscribed forever. But here's what nobody wants to say out loud. MMOs aren't dying because they failed. They're dying because they succeeded so catastrophically well that they devoured their own future. Here's the foundational principle. Games that finish create demand for their successors. Games that never end consume the market that would fund them. In healthy genres, completion creates circulation. You finish a game, your appetite resets. You're back in the market, hungry, available, signaling demand that attracts investment. The genre grows because players never stop moving. MMOs broke this cycle by eliminating exit. And in doing so, they eliminated their own future. Let's get one thing straight. When someone points at World of Warcraft's quarterly earnings and declares, "See, MMOs are thriving," that person is confusing a harvest with a heartbeat. The real health metric for any genre isn't how much money are the survivors extracting. It's how much risk capital is flooding in. Look at how healthy genres actually work. Elden Ring succeeds, and suddenly you have Lies of P, Black Myth Wukong, Lords of the Fallen, Where Winds Meet. Players finish Elden Ring after 100 hours and immediately start hunting for the next Souls-like. They're not trapped, they're liberated back into the market, hungry and available. Publishers see players circulating through multiple Souls-like.
Not me. I'm not caught in the Souls thing. Approach the Chamber of the Guardian. Approach the Chamber of the Guardian. Oh, before the storm, no, the harbor. Approach the Chamber of the Guardian. That's over there, is it? I want to go to approach the Chamber of the Guardian. Okay. I wish to drop all of these other ones. There we go. Something's happened where, like, in the last year, I think Rust kind of taught me, even though Rust wasn't good enough. Like Rust and Eve and FFXI and WoW, all these games, like Fallout 76, like endless games and stuff, they've taught me what I like and what I don't like about games, and they've got to cater to that. I need building. I need consequential combat that feels 3D and really fancy. I need like healing. I need like, you know, like something skill-based kind of, but not but totally mindless still. I would say Overwatch is kind of mindlessly skill-based. It's interesting. And I don't know, and like and now I'm just like willing to give them all a chance from different perspectives and visit each one each day. Like, I've been on WoW too long here, but I am making, you know, forays and stuff, like, into this. I don't want to burn out on WoW early, so I'm going to get off it, and I'm going to go to Starfield Hardcore and try to get that dungeon done without fucking crashing. So annoying. I should cook dinner, but I'm not really hungry yet. I might actually wait and just have one meal today at, like, I don't know, 10 maybe? Something. Okay, here we go. I'll leave it here to continue on, because, like, I'm doing the quest line. I'm doing everything I should do, and I spent, like, you know, I don't know, some hours on WoW. Let's go to Starfield Hardcore, and I will do a dungeon.
And think, we should fund more of these. The genre grows because finishing one game makes you available for 5 others. That's an open system. Capital flows toward proven appetite. Studios compete. Innovation accelerates. Now watch what MMOs did instead. Wow.
No, I know that I'm crashing because of fucking mods, and the crash affects my fucking death run, and I never should have turned on any other mods in the first fucking place. Maybe not even the overhaul mod, because it's just prone to crashes. Maybe the death mod doesn't mess anything but saves. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I want to just leave this character behind. It was like a modded hardcore run. But I did install too many mods. It should have just been death and nothing else, which is just so dumb. And I'm going to delete that save, like, and I'm a good 16 hours in or something, and I did a bunch of work, and I pushed the storylines forward, and I even cleared, like, a couple of, like, I think I cleared, like, some Trackers Alliance stuff, and I did did the Roach quest, and now, yeah, I don't know, I think that fucking playthrough keeps crashing, and when it crashes, I lose my hardcore run, and it's because there's other mods included. If it was just the death mod, I could continue on. I don't know. Not having mods sort of sucks. I don't know. I should just play my main character and just see if it crashes me all the time, because it takes so long to load into that fucking save. And every time these other mods crash my hardcore mod, I lose this run. And it feels like it's happening a lot. Like when I loot, I crash. And this is because the different mods are conflicting with each other. I like the overhaul mod, but it messes with the looting mod. If there was 2 mods, I will fire up Starfield, I guess. This character is, something's happening where I don't have the, what's it called, the motivation to, like, keep pushing this hardcore character, because something's wrong with the mods. If it's gonna crash, then I have to do this terrible, like, 10-minute process to even get back into the game again, and that's fucking annoying the hell out of me. Like, it's just annoying me. So I think I want to start over, or I don't know, do I want to start over? I maybe just shut off all of the mods except for death. No, if you uninstall mods, it just breaks the game. How long is this save? It's 7 hours. I can't believe I would lose 7 hours like that, but I did. I glitched up this fucking save, and it's got mods that just won't work. So believe it or not, we're gonna delete this whole fucking run. It's so no, don't. It's so destructive. No. Just go load. I want you to delete. I want to start over. The mods are so unstable. Even, I don't know, like Gun Fu might be safe, but no, I bet it does crash. I bet it crashes. I just did the death mod. That's it. Nothing but the death mod. No other cheats or anything. Get real come-ups and stuff. Play the game with just the settings that it's got. Because the overhaul mod is sort of like cheating in a way. The overhaul mod is important to me because it allows you to just keep going on that character. Oh, God. I am deleting other saves. This is right before I beat it. Oh, no, that's my ship. No, I didn't delete saves. No, I didn't delete saves. But we're good. So now we go back out. Cancel. And I start over with particular settings for the death mod. And we go in and we set the one creation and we start a new game. Which is so shitty. But I mean, it kept crashing, which affects the death mod. I can't put any other mods with the death mod. Maybe I don't want the death mod. I don't know. The sleep to save is another really good one. Feature, verify, builder, cheapskate, my library. I want gun fu. I like gun fu a lot. But no, it feels cheaty, and I think it does break the game, even if it is achievement enabled. And while I liked playing with it, it makes the load significantly longer. I like the window breaking mod, but no, all that stuff causes the client to be fucking unstable, and that's not the goal here. I want to see sleep to save to remember what it is again. It's like the HI. Sleep to save. This is achievement-friendly version. There's also a free version. When you have installed the mod for the first time, please make a save and reload that save. The mod is working from then on, only if necessary right after the installation of the mod. You have to sleep in a safe bed before you can save right afterwards, within 2 minutes after sleeping. All beds in the major settlements, New Atlantis, Aquila, Neon, on your own ship and in your own outposts are considered safe. The same beds that grant the well-rested effect after using them. In the style of e.g. Fallout 4 survival mode. If you load into other save games not made right after sleeping in a safe bed, your max HP are severely and permanently crippled, and you basically will want to load another eligible save game. The mod is made for players who enjoy the thrill of having to live with the consequences of their choices, as you're practically blocked from saving without sleeping right beforehand. In my humble opinion, immersion is increased and a strong sense of suspense is created. The mod is also a softer alternative to permadeath mods. Dying in battle can mean having to reload a save made quite a while ago, but at least you have the option to reload at all. Yeah, this is the mod that I want. And I want gun fu. But I think the overhaul breaks the game. I don't think it works. I think it crashes the game. I think the outfitter thing crashes the game, which sucks. Because selling to vendors sucks so bad. It sucks so bad. But I mean, that's hardcore, kind of. It does force you to sort of take the game a little bit more seriously. And one mod will ensure that, like, you know, that the game doesn't have crashes. You know, that's it. The hardcore mod lets you save and quit wherever you are, which I do value. This one's better because it's like you can only save in the bed. You can't save out in the real world, which is better. This one's better. I'm going to use sleep to save, which makes it a hardcore playthrough. It is. Well, it's not a hardcore playthrough. Or, I mean, it is. It's a hardcore playthrough, but I keep losing to crashes. I like that loot everything mod because it makes the game much better for me, but it also is like breaks. I swear to God, these mods break your playthrough. And so here we go. I'm going to start another hardcore character with one mod, just the sleep to save. That's it. I want other ones, but I swear to God, they break the fucking game. You crash all the fucking time. I'm really sick of that. I only want one mod. The selection has changed? Yes, the selection changed. I want to look at the load order before I start. I suppose I should have turned the music on.
Releases an expansion every 2.
Yeah, like, so I want to heal the dungeons in Midnight, and I want to do I'm going to do, like, for 3 or 4 days, I'll do, you know, the quest line on Windwalker Monk, because I'm ready to do that. I've got a playable character that's got no mods loaded at all. No mods. And I'm ready to do that. Just jump in Midnight, get it done. By the time everybody else hits, I'll be ready to heal dungeons and done with the main quest. When I finish the main quest, I will heal dungeons, trying to get eye level up, and I will try to do the first raid and see how it goes, because, you know, I wish to be challenged or whatever, but no, I'm not going to do the first raid. No, I'll just do Epic Battlegrounds. No, I'm going to leave. I will leave WoW for probably Rust, like, Naval, which, by the way, is supposedly in like 10 days, something. So there'll be other games to play. Sammy and the Lab of Nightmares. Dungeons, Followers, Lore Friendly Quests World. I want to look at the load order to make sure you don't have anything else running. I'm just paranoid. Sleep to save. I wish you could delete this. Can we just delete all of it? Delete observatory, yes. Delete all of this stuff. Get it out of here. There. Sleep to save, achievement friendly. Yeah, sleep to save means I have to go back to a bed, which does suck. It does suck. But I mean, you die. If you die, you die. And you have to go all the way the fuck back. And it does teach you to be a much better player. I'm about discipline lately. I feel like there's other ones I want. Like, I don't feel like Gun Fu. Does Gun Fu break saves? Maybe I could get Gun Fu and Death and leave it at that. Because Gun Fu is good, but no, I think it probably breaks the save. I'm fairly sure it does. We go back and we do a hardcore save. But before that, I got to do the settings. Oh, enemy combat damage. Very easy. Player combat damage. Very easy. Enemy ship damage. Very easy. Enemies do little damage. Wait, what? No, you changed it. Very easy. Very easy. Very easy. Player ship change. Very easy. Player ship damage. You deal more damage. Yep. Ammo weight is off. Carry capacity is greatly increased. Cargo access distance is anywhere. Vendor credits needs to be greatly increased. Medical item healing is more. Food healing is normal. Sleep healing is normal. Negative 20% XP is such a bitch. Sleep healing will fully restore. Sustenance is off. You do not gain positive or negative sustenance effects. I like the food and water thing, but I don't want to worry about it. I don't use it. So, yeah, I'm just going to sell it. Combat affliction gain. Oh, I don't know. You have a normal chance to gain afflictions. Fed and hydrated. Okay. Negative effects. Yeah. No, it's just more busy work. Combat affliction gain should be off. No, that's increased. Yeah, affliction treatment should be improve only. Yeah, cure afflictions. Affliction prognosis should be advanced. Have a chance to worsen or gain infection. Environmental damage and affliction should be on advanced, and I'll gain some XP there. Environmental damage restoration. Environmental damage and restoration. We can buy XP back there. Aim assistance, save on rest. No, these are okay. Save on rest, yes. But save on weight, no. And save on travel, no. But do save on rest, yeah. And save on pause is no good. Not with the sleep to save mod. So here we go. We start a new character. I go through the whole bullshit of the fucking storyline again. But this time I have a save that can't be corrupted. I fucking sin. And honestly, the main reason I'm looking at like this simple single modded save is when they release the DLC, I keep thinking about this, and I'll tell you why I'm starting over again. People probably think I'm crazy and just throwing away 8 hours and stuff, but no. I'll tell you why I've been lying awake at night thinking about this. Sometimes at 4:15 in the morning when I'm like I can't sleep, I think about this sometimes. What happens to my main save that takes me fucking 10 minutes to load into each time because it's got like 60 achievement-friendly saves, but it's still an intact save that's beating the game? What happens when the DLC hits and new mods hit? Does that break my save when I install them? Yes, it does. It does break my save. My save's already broken. It crashes all the fucking time. The second save that I made that was only 8 hours in, it crashed constantly. It was crashing constantly every time I looted. It was driving me fucking crazy. So now, you know, I'm going to just a single mod run so I can just continue on, get the rest of the achievements that I can get. and not be worried about a long load-in time or download times. I can play on any client. It can be anywhere. I like mods, but they break the fucking game. My faith in Bethesda of making mods or like having mods work has not been restored. I'm now leaving it down to like a single hardcore mod when I play Bethesda games. Like when Elder Scrolls 6 hits, I'm gonna look for a hardcore mod, and when it hits, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna download it. But until then, I'm just gonna play non-modded because I'm fucking sick of this crashing my game all of the fucking time. I'm sick of it. We can't continue. I have to do a new one. Oh wait, one more thing. Give me music. It thinks I have like a Starborn Guardian save, so it's playing different music. I could just take my main and turn all of the mods off. That is something I could do. I could just load into my main and turn all the mods off. I don't think that borks the game. If I'm playing Starfield and I have like 60 achievement-friendly mods and I turn them all off because my game keeps crashing over and over again, even after New Game Plus. If I uninstall all of the mods, is the save borked? Will it continue to still just crash even if the mods are off? Yes, the game will likely continue to crash. Yeah, so I was a fucking idiot to ever mod this game in the first place, and I blew $100 into it. And I learned modding is not really as good as people think it is. Like, some people play with a lot of mods, but... and it has given me a lot of fun experiences and stuff in these games. But I don't think I do want to play a modded Starfield anymore besides the sleep to save mod. Even that's sort of a bad idea. It might crash my fucking save. When the new content hits, it might just crash my fucking save. I should technically turn off all mods and do a completely unmodded playthrough. Who cares if I die, etc. I just want to save that won't keep crashing. I crash so much all the fucking time. I'm fucking sick of mods. I'm fucking sick of them. Yeah, even the hardcore mod probably bakes in. I guess I turn all of the mods off if I want to continue to play this game, and I play a save that like stacks up. Yeah, like, so I don't want the sleep to save. I want to delete it. Yeah, and turn it off. My load order is empty, and I will start a new. Okay, start a new game. Oh, it's so terrible. I can't believe I'm starting a new game, but I learned. I only got 8 hours into the hardcore save before I realized that, yeah, like, mods bork your save. They fucking bork your save. If you really want to play the game like a real gamer, you don't play modded because it just crashes your shit over and over and over again. And sure, the mods are nice. They were a fun experience, and I have a save that I believe I could probably continue to keep playing. But it just keeps crashing over and over and over again. And with a 10-minute mod load, I really don't want that. So here we go. We're going new, no mods. And this will be my sacred save, and I'm going to beat the game again. I'm going to go all the way through to the end and get New Game Plus. The hardcore mod doesn't add anything that I don't want, or anything that I want. Did I skip this? No. No. Stop.
2 years. But here's the difference. You never finish.
At least now I can save whenever I want. I don't have any mods threatening my save.
Don't stop.
I'm not relying on mods, so I don't feel like I'm cheating.
The gear treadmill doesn't pause. The raid schedules continue. You're not playing an expansion and then becoming available for other games. You're permanently occupied. Let me be concrete about what this actually means. From 2010 to 2020, I didn't just play WoW. I was removed from the gaming market entirely. Between the raid schedules, the arenas, the dungeon grinding, I didn't have time for other MMOs, let alone other AAA games. I watched critically acclaimed titles come and go while I was locked into MMO grind mode.
Why are we so close?
This isn't hypothetical. This is the lived experience of anyone who played these games seriously. When the next expansion dropped, I didn't return as a refreshed customer. I returned as someone who never left. This is the forever game design, and it killed the genre. MMOs didn't just want your playtime, they wanted your identity. They architected systems where not playing meant falling irreversibly behind, where taking a break meant social exile, where trying another MMO meant abandoning years of progress. Sure, you can leave. The unsubscribe button exists. But the psychological architecture, the fear of missing out, the social obligations, the fear of irrelevance, makes leaving painful.
Yeah.
And here's the paradox. When you finally do leave, you leave forever. Once you see the loop clearly, once you understand what was being extracted, you can't go back. The forever game doesn't just capture players. It eventually produces people who graduate from the entire model and never return.
I don't know, I still stay there. I'm there for their single serving content, you know? I think they make good products. WoW, ESO, 14, 76. I think they make good products. And I like them, I like the games. Like Rust, I'm looking forward to the naval update. That'll be really fun. Go to the PvE server, just pick somewhere on a beach, you know, by a harbor, build a ship and take it out to the PvE content and stuff. That's gonna be so fun. Like the naval content. They make good games. No mods. I swear to God, it plays better. The game's playing better.
And here's the proof this isn't accidental. It's architectural. Ask yourself, why won't Blizzard make WoW 2? Modern graphics, modern combat, modern animations. It should be obvious. But they won't, because WoW 2 would destroy WoW 1's money printer. A true WoW 2 would require Blizzard to say, your WoW 1 characters don't matter here. And the moment they do that, players are freed back into the market. You can quit WoW 1 without losing 15 years of identity. You can compare WoW 2 to Final Fantasy XIV, to Where Winds Meet, to anything. You can leave if it's not good enough. That destroys Blizzard's biggest advantage. Locked-in customers with infinite switching costs. Normal franchises love sequels. They increase hype, create demand. But forever games don't work that way. A sequel breaks retention. The old game is supposed to print money forever, not retire gracefully. Blizzard already tested this. Cataclysm, Shadowlands, Dragonflight. Every reset made the community freak out, because resets revealed the truth. Players aren't staying because the game is good. They're staying because they're invested. So Blizzard learned, never touch the core. Milk it forever. WoW's outdated engine isn't a limitation. it's a retention feature. A modern WoW would need new combat systems, new animations, new physics, which would break add-ons, muscle memory, old content, which would force a real sequel, which Blizzard cannot afford. WoW didn't stagnate because Blizzard is lazy. WoW stagnated because Blizzard is trapped by its own success. WoW 2 would be better for players, but worse for the balance sheet, so it will never exist. And this is what made WoW uniquely lethal to the genre. Guild Wars 2 tried horizontal progression. ESO offered one-time purchases. Final Fantasy XIV tells players to take breaks. These weren't counterexamples to the forever game curse. They were mutations trying to survive in WoW's shadow. Because WoW had already perfected the model so completely that competing on retention would have been suicide, they had to coexist with a predator that had already sequestered the majority of the market. So why did it have to be this way? Arthas didn't become the Lich King because he wanted power. He became the Lich King because he was terrified of a world he couldn't afford to lose. So he froze it, locked it, preserved it. WoW made the same choice. MMOs are ruinously expensive to run. Server farms that never sleep, 24/7 ops teams, content treadmills that can't stop moving. A living world costs millions of dollars a month just to exist. And a world like that cannot survive uncertainty. It needs control. To get that predictability, the game must convert your fun leisure time into their quarterly stability. The mechanisms are everywhere. Progress resets that devalue everything you earned last patch. Seasonal content that expires if you don't log in right now. Daily quest systems that transform playing a game into clocking in for your shift. The treadmill isn't a bug. It's the load-bearing wall. Because here's the nightmare scenario. What if people finish? The servers don't care about your satisfaction. The servers need your subscription. So the game is architecturally designed to ensure you never arrive at done. This is the body of the serpent, the circulation system. Your time converts into their stability. Your grind produces content. Your presence validates other players' presence. The loop sustains itself. You don't stay because it's fun. You stay because leaving means abandoning a version of yourself you spent 3 years constructing. The social capital, the guild reputation, the achievements that prove you were there, that you mattered. You're not playing a game anymore. You're circulating through a closed system, providing the energy that keeps the serpent alive. But the serpent doesn't just feed on its own body. It starves everything outside it. This is the curse of the forever game. Every successful MMO player is one less potential customer for every other MMO. Remember Elden Ring? One player finishing it creates demand for 5 other Souls-likes. Lies of P, Black Myth Wukong, Lords of the Fallen. Completion creates circulation. MMOs do the opposite. A WoW player isn't a satisfied customer waiting for the next great MMO. A WoW player is gone. Their time is allocated. Their identity is bound. Their switching costs are measured in years. They're not circulating through the market. They've been removed from it. The serpent's tail doesn't connect to new life. It connects back to its own mouth. Investors look at the genre and see 2 things. Spectacular margins. Great, but 0 available customers. Catastrophic. Existing players are locked in for years, which is perfect if you're WoW or Final Fantasy XIV. But if you're trying to enter the market, there's no one left to sell to. And that's a death sentence. So capital avoids MMOs entirely. Not because they're unprofitable, because the market is foreclosed. WoW's billions don't inspire new MMO development. They prove that new MMOs can't compete for customers who are already captured. Every quarterly earnings call celebrating strong retention metrics is another signal to the market. These customers are unavailable. The genre survives by consuming its own future. The Serpent is perfectly self-sufficient, perfectly stable, perfectly circular, and therefore perfectly sterile. Now let's talk about the most instructive case study in modern MMO history. Forget what Asmongold says in his videos. Watch what he does. Here was the perfect MMO organism. Not just a world-first raider or a rank 1 gladiator. Those are just elite workers inside a system that still owns them. Asmongold was something rarer. He didn't just play World of Warcraft. He solved it. He mastered every system, accumulated everything worth accumulating, turned MMO expertise into a multi-million-dollar career that transcended the game itself.
He did all this so you could glaze
his
Asmongold.
Identity, his income, his cultural authority, all perfectly aligned with the genre's incentives. If MMO 1.0 was ever going to keep anyone forever, it was him.
Okay. Mount competitions were perfectly in line with the fucking community. Are you certain about that? My opinions have changed. I used to be an only modded gamer. I would only play with mods. Now I think I hate them. And I think the developers are coming to that same conclusion. Now I don't want modded playthroughs anymore. I'm over it, you know. Do a tattoo, body, thin, face, hair color. We'll do blue this time. Sure, and then, but the face, I want jewelry like that or whatever, yep. And then give me tattoos, a facial tattoo, and I want to refine it. Intensity should be up. Colors should be, yep, there. Cool, she's good, fast. Background should be Beast Hunter. Combat medic, pistol, medicine, and wellness. Pistol certification kind of sucks, but at least you don't have to spend a point into it. Yeah, we'll take combat medic, fuck it. Finish. Skycatlive. 26 non-modded. Or well, Skycatlive 26 no mods. No mods. Confirm. Hey, there we go. And now we're in this game. I'm learning not to do the hardcore mod. Not to do overhauls. They're just bad. They crash your game so much, you know. Oh, right. I don't have a helmet. I don't have a scanner yet, I guess.
And then, he graduated. Look at his pattern now. He drops into where winds meet, masters the core systems in a week, enjoys the concentrated hit of dopamine that comes from competence without commitment, and then leaves. Before the game can sink its hooks in, before I should log in becomes I have to log in. Asmongold didn't escape the system. He reached the point where the loop became visible. And once you see the Ouroboros from above, once you understand its shape, its mechanics, its inevitable trajectory, you can't go back inside it. He looked at the actual endgame of MMO 1.0, logging in forever, circulating through the same content eternally, paying higher time taxes for diminishing returns. And he said, nah. The fact that the genre's most dedicated evangelist now variety streams instead of maining an MMO isn't player failure. It's clarity. The serpent is still there, still circulating, but he stepped outside it. And from that vantage point, the shape becomes undeniable. So that's where we are. The millennials aged out. Gen Z never arrived. The perfect player graduated and left. No new blood, no risk capital. Just customers already owned, circulating inside a loop they can...
Yeah, like, that's my problem with Rust, is I played everything there is to do in Rust, you know? There's, like, not much else to do. I really like the body loot mod. I really miss it. But oh well, like whatever. I really don't care about the loot, frankly. Guess I should kill, oh sorry, loot as I kill each one. What? Oh, I turned my keyboard up by mistake. Oops. In Starfield, is there anything good to find on Vectera? There's a magazine in the fucking... in this place. I didn't know there was a magazine in this place. Wow. Where the bunk beds are. Sometimes the music sounds philharmonic and I like it more like a movie. And then other times it's all ambient, like a sci-fi. It's weird. It ranges a lot. I like the philharmonic stuff that they did. Sounds so good. Like Interstellar. I wonder if the Interstellar soundtrack is good. Yeah, I killed all of them. They say there's a magazine in the living quarters where the bunk beds are, but I don't see bunk beds. Maybe the AI is wrong. Oh, I see. Well, there's some lockers and stuff, and I did all of this. I don't think there's bunk beds. And the other place is locked. Argos. Argos Extractors Mining Outpost. Okay, but I can't get in right now until later. I feel much better on a non-modded run. Like, I can actually put work into it and take my time with it. It's weird. I didn't realize so much pressure was putting on me, like, kind of ulterior pressure. I wish that was a real magazine. When I heard the learned astronomer, when the proofs, the figures were ranged in columns before me, when I was shown the charts and diagrams to add, divide, and measure them, when I sitting heard the astronomer, where he lectured with much applause in the lecture room, how soon unaccountable I became tired and sick, till rising and gliding out, I wandered off by myself in the mystical moist night air, and from time to time looked up in perfect silence at the stars. Okay, my first quick save. Oh, look, the quick save's instant. With no mods. Look at that, it doesn't delay you at all. I will sleep for 24 hours and see if the weather's different. Nobody in the galaxy is buying an aura. Oh, no, there they are. See, some of this music's so good. Hi, pretty kitty. Days, so it's in like 2 weeks, yeah, so a little while. Hi, kitty. You know, before you sit down, I gotta pee. I'm sorry, kitty. I gotta go pee. Give me just a second. I gotta go pee. Give me just a minute, okay? Gotta pee. my blanket on. Oops. Okay, kitty, you want some lap? Sorry about that. If you want some lap, you can get it, kitty. Yeah, come get it. Hi, how are you? You doing okay, kitty? Yeah? Well, you're such a sleek little beautiful kitty.
There is a sound in gaming that is universally recognized as perfect. It isn't a gunshot, and it isn't a level up chime. It is the sound of chopping a tree in New World.
Yeah. I love this sound. Ding. Yeah, I love that sound.
In late 2021, for exactly 1 month, it felt like the entire gaming industry had stopped spinning. Everyone, and I mean everyone, was playing New World. It was supposed to be the chosen one, backed by the infinite wallet of Amazon, and released exactly when World of Warcraft was bleeding its own players. It had nearly 1 million concurrent players on Steam. It was the MMO that almost took over the world, and it did not. Hey everyone, I am Beyonder. Today we are investigating how Amazon built the biggest game on earth, why it collapsed in record time, and whether money can actually buy a soul. For you to understand New World, you have to first understand Amazon Games Studio. Before 2021, their track record was, well, non-existent. They cancelled Breakaway, they released Crucible, unreleased it, and then cancelled it. They needed a win badly. They needed a flagship, and they decided to build it on their own engine, Lumberyard. This decision would eventually be their greatest strength and their fatal weakness. Originally, New World was not an MMORPG. It was a survival game. Think it like Rust, but with muskets. It was full loot PvP. If you died, you lost everything. But during early testing, Amazon discovered a problem. High-level players were camping in the starting beaches, slaughtering new players instantly. It was a toxicity factory, so they pivoted hard in a desperate scramble before launch. They gutted the survival mechanics and tried to paste a traditional MMO theme park on top of a PvP sandbox engine. This is why the game felt so strange at launch. It had the bones of a hardcore survival game, great sound, gathering, and the crafting, but the quest design of a generic RPG from 2004, September 28, 2021, launch day. But as most people remember it, Q Simulator 2021.
Damn!
The hype was so uncontrollable that Amazon servers physically could not handle the load. People were waiting in queues for 12 hours just to chop a tree. Remote desktop apps saw a spike in downloads just so people could queue up from
The game
work.
wasn't worth that, yeah.
But once you got in, it was magic. For a few weeks, the world of a tournament felt alive. The faction system created genuine tribalism, where you're purple intellectual, a green brute, or a yellow zealot. Proximity voice chat changed everything. It made the world social.
Hey, remember the name.
In a way, modern MMOs had forgotten it. But the cracks were already starting to form. An economy in an MMO is a very delicate thing. In New World, it was a complete disaster. The game had a deflation problem. Players were spending gold on taxes and crafting faster than the game generated. People literally reverted to a barter system. I am not kidding. Players were trading thousands of raw eggs for weapons because gold was too scarce. And then came the bugs. Oh god, the bugs. You could become invincible by dragging the game window.
Then all you need to do is cast a toad, press escape, and then grab a hold of the top. And that's it. You're right now, invincible for as long as you hold on to the window. Here's video proof from the person who was testing this out.
You could crash the server by posting a sausage in the link in the chat.
I forgot about that. Ah, developer clowns.
But the nail in the coffin was the gold cube. A glitch allowed players to duplicate gold infinitely. Amazon had to freeze the entire economy. For a game built on territory control in Texas, this was very fatal. By 2022, 95% of the player base was gone. The so-called wow killer was on the live server. But Amazon did not pull the plug. They did the impossible. They fixed it. Slowly, they added brimstone sands, they finally added mounts, they rewrote their entire leveling experience. Today, New World Aeternum is actually a solid action RPG. It has healthy, smaller population, but it has found its niche. New World proved that money can buy servers, and it can buy marketing, but it cannot buy a community that has to be built one chopped tree at a time. If you enjoyed this documentary, hit subscribe. We will release every Friday. I am Beyonder, and I'll see you in the next one. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
So Amazon have announced that on the 31st of January 2027 they'll be taking these servers for New World offline. As someone who has played this game avidly since 2021, this news is absolutely devastating. The game was not perfect. It had many faults. It launched in 2021 with millions of players. Breaking the concurrent player record on Steam was a huge success right now. It's just wowed everyone with this like beautiful action combat system and absolutely gorgeous graphics, and the sound design when gathering, mining, logging was just impeccable, and everyone fell in love with it. But then
why would they
there
let
were
this
just so
code
many
go to
bugs
waste? They're
and
so
just
wasted.
not enough content, and so they lost their player count very quickly because of the amount of shit that was wrong with the game. They hired devs to try and solve the problem because they were working on their bespoke dev engine. They had to train those devs how to develop on that engine before they could actually work on the bugs or work on new content. So a lot of people quit the game, myself included. And then a year later, we got a big update. Brimstone Sands, fresh start servers, whole new wave of players coming in. And I went back to play the game and really enjoyed the experience of like leveling like trade skills and stuff. Like on the original launch, there were so many people that you couldn't find like veins in the life to be able to level up your skill. It was a very competitive environment that every server ran to the fullest. So going back when there was a low player count, I got to enjoy a lot more of the game that I didn't get to enjoy the first time around. But then weirdly enough, as the player count spiked back up, I didn't actually play the Brimstone Sands. They'd had this spike in player count again with Brimstone Sands, like all this new content has been added, and heart runes, and brand new zone, massive new zone with the Sandworm raid, and you know, actual stuff for people to do. And then they ran out of content again, and the player count died down, and they went on and on like this. You know, Angry Earth, the Rise of the Angry Earth expansion was the first paid DLC, huge. Still salty that they gutted First Light because I loved that zone. It was my first starting zone, but they changed First Light into the Elysian Wilds, made it an elite zone, added mounts to the game, which was huge for anyone who wanted to experience running across Eternal. But again, it had the same problem where they added all of this stuff and they added all of this content, but it wasn't enough to keep people playing the game long term. There was no longevity to the content.
You're
and
a
then
wonderful kitty. I love you so much.
They were saying to the community, the active community that was still playing, they were like, we've got something big coming. Sorry, there's no content in this season. Nothing to do in this season, guys, because we've got something really big coming. And we get to the announcement, and we get to October, and all it is the rebrand to New World Eternum with the console launch. And we get a raid. We get the Hive of Gorgons raid, and that's basically it, right? But we're doing Fresh Start again. I didn't do Fresh Start the first time around. I regretted not taking part. I wanted to go again, and I said to myself, I'm going to give this one last go. I'm going to make a Fresh Start character. I'm going to play Fresh Start. One of the other things I never did was I never really branched out too much with my friend group. I had been in companies and I had taken part in wars, but I'd never run anything. And one of the problems I had with companies and guilds was a lot of gear checking and like gatekeeping of certain content that was entirely based on skill. And I didn't like that. I was always against that. So I decided I was going to make my own guild and that I would help new players and bad players to experience content with, you know, both PvP and PvE. And we did that. By God, we did that. First off, I ended up merging into another guild and being a consul until eventually the governor decided he didn't want to play the game anymore because he wasn't having as much fun after server merges. So I took over running that company. But over the course of a year, the longest period that I'd stayed playing New World, I ran this company, this warring company that took in anybody and gave everybody a chance to have a go at war. And we did Hive of Gorgon raids, and we did muters, and we did OPRs, we did silly builds. I mean, anybody who's watched a video on my channel knows that we just fucked around and had fun. And it was one of the best years of my life running that company. The thrill of shot calling a war to victory, the pure elation of beating an enemy that has been pissing you off in a 50 versus 50 war, 30 versus 30, which often happened as well. And then we'd gotten to a point where going into season 9, going towards season 10, they had this whole new Nighthaven content update. They did the PSN release, and there were so many people coming to play the game because it was free on PlayStation Network. They put new servers up. We ended up moving the guild to a newer server where I made a lot of friends. We set up a league for shit tier players to go and do war. We had just so much fun. I've got so many mods that I might make. We were ready. We were prepared for season 10. The season 10 we was way more than we expected. We got Nighthaven. Nighthaven was what we expected. But then we got all the gear set changes, the reworks of artifacts. It was huge, absolutely huge update with loads of stuff and a brand new like gearing system and umbrals. And the game was looking like, for the first time in 4 years, it was looking like they were getting it right because they had such a winning formula of a game. They were finally getting it right, and that correctness was so refreshing, and we were so excited. And there was a new raid, right? And I spent the first 3 weeks of the new season smashing that raid with a small group of people from my company. But after the 3 weeks, we basically were like, okay, cool, well, back into war mode now. We'll get our builds sorted. Everyone's had a chance to level up and gear up and get some umbrals, start leveling gear. We've understood vaguely what meta is developing. Let's start getting our builds together. We're going to go to war. We're going to attack everyone that breaks off. We're going to just war. And literally within 5 minutes of me making that announcement on our Discord and everybody reacting to that announcement, someone shared a link to the articles about people being let go from Amazon. And then 30 minutes later, the announcement came that they were shutting down development for New World, and they were shutting down Amazon Game Studios, and they were leaving a skeleton crew in place to run the game. I was absolutely heartbroken. Within a day, the community, the Discord, the community that we had built for this company that we were running, went from crazy active to barely any activity. Nobody wanted to talk about it, nobody wanted to play the game, nobody wanted to do anything. Everyone was just sad. And the thing is that there is nothing else to go to. Most of the people in the company decided to stop playing and they quit. They immediately uninstalled the game because they were fed up. They were fed up of being played by AGS for years. Fed up of being given no content and having to spam the same stuff over and over again for enjoyment. And they finally quit and they gave up and they uninstalled the game. The majority of people were gone. Within a couple of hours, my company went from being like, oh, I was having to like very strictly remove people for inactivity to be able to free up slots for new people that wanted to join. It went from that to no activity at all because nobody was playing. Nobody wanted to play the game anymore. They were done. Completely and utterly done. And I've got a few people that are still playing the game now. 2 or 3 guys that are still logging in and they're warring with companies and they're still trying to, like, they show us the streams and the wars and stuff, and I still get that feeling. But we've played everything. We've played WoW, we've played The Division, we've played Final Fantasy, we've played Guild Wars, we've played Hytale and Minecraft and Power. Nothing compares in enjoyment to the way New World was. Because New World wasn't a perfect game. It was not a perfect game. But New World was staying up until 2 in the morning mining because it was soothing to the soul. New World was 50 people in a voice chat screaming in joy when you win a war. New World was helping out some random low-level guy who was struggling, just randomly giving them money or something just because you thought it would be interesting. New World was finding people that
you mean there was no trade? You can't trade anybody.
And dancing with them in a settlement. New World is getting banned from Discords because you call people idiots. New World was home. And now it's gone. Or it will be gone. I said goodbye with my last video to the war scene, to the company. I now say goodbye to the game. Goodbye, New World.
This dude's crying. Oh, he was Nycros? Wait, I've seen them a lot, yeah. Huh? Huh. I need to join one of those groups.
So we've been playing for around a month now on Ashes Early Access, and I would say at this point the cracks are definitely beginning to show for those of us who have played it before. We've kind of gotten to the end game loops, and you know we're doing the same kind of thing day in and day out, and I would say a lot of the pain points have kind of surfaced for most people. When we played Ashes like last year for a month during phase 2, I love the game then, and just to be clear guys, I love the game now, but it's more like the idea of what the game is. And there was one thing I said that even after playing now, I still think, I think Ashes needs like at least another 3 years. I have concern that they're gonna rush it out quickly, and I say that because there's a lot of issues that were here prior that are still issues, so I want to be confident that they know how to fix these issues. So in this video, what we're going to do is I'm going to go over the 4 major categories, I think, of the main issues that Ashes is facing in its current EA version. That's going to be the economy, the time to kill, friction, and the loops. I think these are like the 4 biggies. I would say through every phase, Ashes has had economy issues. I kind of knew this phase would be no different. That's why when I originally heard that Ashes was going EA, like I was really worried that it was going to be bad for the game because I just knew that it wasn't ready. But, you know, they've held on their population very well, so I think it was a good thing regardless. There have definitely been dupe issues and RMT and all that stuff. And I could do a whole Drama Frog video about the duping and the RMT, but I just don't really care about it because it's not, the duping and the RMT aren't really supposed to be a part of Ashes. So I feel like when we do videos, or when I do videos about Ashes, I want to talk about what Ashes is trying to do and what they're doing in actuality, instead of like things that I know that they know they need to fix. And again, this video is going to be kind of negative by nature because these are the pain points, but not everything that Ashes has added is bad, right? It's just kind of the implementation and the interdependencies on some of these systems are falling short. So let's give some examples. One of the main issues I was excited about was sport fishing. It's like my favorite system from ArcAge. It's kind of like a one-to-one copy of ArcAge. So I was really looking forward to it. And then my guild ended up making boats before I was around and went out, and I didn't go out or whatever. So I didn't really get to experience boats, but I know enough about it that I can give a solid opinion. And so while the system is a one-to-one copy of ArcAge's fishing, it's definitely not giving me the vibes of ArcAge's fishing. I'm going to go over a list of the things that I think are kind of wrong with the fishing system right now. Number one, boats are permanently destroyed, which means fishing is a game for only the most geared people who can protect their boats. You also don't need a boat to sink a boat. Like, a dude could show up, jump off a manatee that you don't see, kill you, and then just auto attack your boat down, and then you're out 18 or 25 gold, right? So that's just, if someone gets their boat destroyed by like 3 dudes on dolphins, they're just not going to go back out there most of the time, right? Number 2, most of the people doing fishing are exploiting it by logging out when they catch a small fish and logging back in and saving their lure and recasting. While this takes them time, it also edges them more into the profit margin, guaranteed kind of. And there's supposed to be variance on fishing. I don't think you should lose money unless you fail to bring in a fish, but you're not supposed to be able to bring in a gigantic fish every time, right? Water PvP is kind of bad. I would say it's unbalanced. In ArcAge, the water PvP just felt like an extension of land PvP, which was good. So the reason water PvP is bad to me is certain classes, their abilities don't work the same underwater. Like, I'm on a rogue, I can't use my CC break and get to anyone, like my shadow step. That just doesn't work in the water. And a ranger or any type of ranged DPS is probably going to be better than most other classes in the water, right? Number 4, the fishing spots are bugged or not respawning properly. Basically, all the deep sea fishing spots are like spawning on the lawless line on the edge of the map, and they're far away from the harbor, so they're not good content. And it seems like they're just kind of spawning in the same locations, like static locations, instead of a nice variance. Because what it should be is that you're going to random spots to find fish, not I'm going to the same location to find fish all the time. Number 5, deep sea is not fully lawless, which I don't understand, but they like drew like a weird map in the ocean, and like you can go on the outsides of it and it's not lawless, and you can fish in deep sea fishing spots and not even be purple, which is weird. Number 6, water mounts with infinite underwater breath, and you can't see tags. Like, if you're on a boat and you're looking at the water, there could be like 15 dudes on manatees underneath it, just sitting there waiting to jump you, which is cool on one level because it's like, oh, you know, they're being sneaky. But on the second level, it's just, that's mostly going to benefit the people that are the sweats. So if you got a casual group on a boat and 5 dudes are just sitting on manatees, there's not really like a lot of counterplay to getting jumped by people you can't see coming, right? Especially when you die in 2 hits, which I'll get into later in the video. Number 7, you can just set your global illumination to low and the water disappears around you. And everyone who's a sweat does this, because why would you not? And that was a thing a year ago. So I don't know why the global illumination is still making water around you void out. I would say last year during phase 2, I had infinitely more PvP. And I guess it's like, why is that? The tropics were lawless, the deserts were lawless, crate mules weren't a thing, so people had to run caravans. And that's going to bring me to my next point, mules. Mules have essentially removed caravan PvP from the game, which I heard was an issue last phase prior to this. And then in the PTR, they're like, oh, we're buffing caravans. But I've seen 2 caravans and they were from my own community, so clearly it ain't doing it. One suggestion that one of our guys came up with is mules should only be able to run white and green crates, because I agree casuals need a way to, you know, make decent money. So maybe limit those to white and greens, and then the rarer crates could go in caravans and create content again. I don't know, but regardless of that, the risk versus reward balance is so off in Ashes, it's not really a wonder why there isn't friction. Friction is one of the core tenets of Ashes. It's like the entire adhesive that holds the game together. Without friction, why do I care about my gear? Why am I going to hit rocks for 2 weeks if that process never changes? There's no variance in gathering loops other than the rarity of your hit. Which, while I can admit it's addicting when you get legendary braid tree, it's just, that's not like a good loop, right? There's no content on the water other than bugged fishing spots, so there's no friction in the biggest lawless area. A Harbinger event, which was the flagship event for this phase, is literally not functioning at all on any server anywhere. And that was supposed to be the big PVX friction raid thing we were supposed to be contesting. And it's just, there's no content there, right? You can go there and kill trash mobs, which is decent, I guess, but it's not, you're not progressing the event. And again, I understand this may sound like I'm dooming, but I'm passionate about the game. I'm passionate about the project. I really like the project. I want it to succeed. I need to hear the team address these issues, which is why I'm putting it into a video. Like, I need to know that they know these are issues, and as long as they know, take your time, I'm cool with it, right? Let's really go over the ways you can get PvP right now in Ashes. You can make an alt to sit at a pass and kill people's mules, and then get killed by your friend when you go red and trade your gear back, right? You're basically just abusing a bad corruption system. It's not really PvP that people want, but it is PvP, and it's probably one of the only things you can do to get loot off people right now. Abusing PvP settings, which is basically you running your mount into a group, AoEing, and see if your mount gets one shot and they go red, and then you can get their gear. And like, let's not even get me started on the PvP toggle settings. We've been playing for a month and I still don't know the proper settings depending on the situation that I should have. Is it check, check, uncheck? Or is it like check, uncheck, check? Or is it like check, toggle, uncheck? Or like, do I toggle, go purple, and then I go check, check, check? Or do I uncheck, check, check after I toggle? Like, if we have to discuss the flagging options a month deep into the game and we're still like kind of debating it, it's a bad system. Like, it's just bad. Like, I'm sorry, it's bad. I don't care if this is like a copy of Lineage 2 settings or whatever. Like, this karma system sucks.
Crashed.
It's bad.
God damn it.
Just copy Ultima
For what,
Online's flagging
changing the
karma
volume?
system. Like, realistically,
so
Steven,
annoying.
if you watch this video,
gonna
just
get
go
off
look
this.
up Ultima Online's flagging system. Just like get a deep dive of it, look at it, and see if that makes more sense. Because all I can tell you is
Or Immortal.
you need an intuitive flagging PvP system that doesn't have people second guessing whether they're going to randomly go red and drop their gear that they spent 3 weeks hitting trees for. Like, no one's going to fight and you're just going to lose people. And beyond flag baiting, corruption abuse on mules, what else do we have? We have guild wars, which are expensive and end quickly. We have node wars, which you need to have a mayorship and they're even more expensive. And then we have lawless zones that people don't use, and then caravans that people don't use. And dueling. That's pretty much it for the PVX friction systems, right? And these systems should be working much better than they currently are. And the people should have been PvPing the entire time with these systems. But what has ended up happening is everyone's forgot this is a PvP game and everyone just hits trees and rocks all day. Which is going to segue into my last category, loops, right? Loops are what you spend time doing in an MMO, like the day-to-day, what your day is about. What are the loops in Ashes currently?
Yeah.
Gathering, processing, crafting. I really want to say that's only one loop because gathering is a loop, but processing and crafting is just shitty inventory Tetris and you figuring out how to navigate a bad crafting UI. That's not really a loop. That's just the end result of your other loop, right? And just you trying to fit it in your storage or craft something. The second main loop other than gathering in the game, I would say, is grinding mobs. The mob grinding this phase is pretty much taken a nosedive. It was interesting because at the beginning, everyone was grinding spots, and now most people aren't really grinding spots. And why is that? Well, it's because the drop rates have been just like there's like barely any drops. So like you could be in Steel Bloom for a week and maybe never see a Rosarium drop. Like I don't know what the rates are. And I think they did this to push people to crafters and gatherers. And while I agree with crafting and gathering needing to be better, like we should be able to grind Steel Bloom for Rosarium. And while we're grinding Steel Bloom for Rosarium, there should be a chance for that area to turn into like a lawless hotspot and create some friction. I guess in like the prior phase, there was lawless areas that would randomly pop up and they just got rid of that. Like, I don't know, but we need something. We need something in the game that's causing us to fight over it, extra loot, like make it so you gather more in lawless zones, increase the drop rates even more than they are now, lower debt in lawless zones. Like, I don't know what they need to do, but they need to make it's one thing to be like, okay, it's always going to be opt-in PvP, but if no one is opting into it, then it's not properly designed. And I can only blame the devs for that, right? Players are going to take the path of least resistance. That's just human nature. Like grinding mobs is one of the things I love doing in the game, because grinding mobs in the game is a lot like EverQuest. You kind of like get a group together, you get a group comp, you figure out a dungeon or a pocket dungeon or whatever, and you learn like the route you need to go, the named in there, and you know it's fun, it's enjoyable, it's well done. The mob grinding is well done. But now you spend 8 hours grinding mobs, and it's like you get a few pieces of garbage radiant gear and a couple recipes, and if you get a gear drop, it's like a holy light shine down for a brief moment, and you're like, oh my god, like, and it's not even a good piece of gear compared to crafted stuff. Like the crafted stuff is so much better that it's not even good dopamine anymore. And then another loop, I guess, would be fishing and the mules and caravans, right? And that's like the main money drip loop. And if you're not really doing caravans or fishing, you're kind of trolling, because nothing else in the game makes money like those two. And people could be like, oh, crafting makes money. No, it doesn't. Crafting does not make money. Crafting takes money from other people, right? But caravans and fishing, that's a raw faucet of gold on the economy, right? And so the only thing you have, glint, which is super slow to make money with, and then you have caravans, mules, and fishing, and that's the only way to bring raw gold into the economy. So I think that's all the loops that are in the game. Like, let's itemize it one more time: gathering, grinding mobs, fishing, and caravans and mules, right? Like 3 different things you can do to kind of make money end game. And lastly, it's TTK, right? Time to kill. And why is time to kill so important, right? Why is it such a big deal? And the reason it's such a big deal is that it's what makes the PvP fun, in my opinion, right? Like getting a chance to take a hit, return a hit, counterplay, stuff like that. It's what makes all of the combat fun. So even if we were to get friction at all of these aforementioned activities or spots, the end result is usually not super fun due to power and the way they have unchecked the power creep in the game. We've done the math on it, and basically the only stat that really matters is your power, because no defensives are going to be able to keep up with the power stat. So everyone on their gear is just doing as much as they can in power, and wherever you can't get power, you do like crit power, right? And that's it. And people even in really good gear are getting like 2 to 3 shot. So it's difficult, because everyone needs to get on a level playing field to make sure that the TTK is working properly, and that takes a little bit of time. But even in the leveling up process, like when we were at a low level, we had great fights and they were fun and back and forth and a lot of hits, and then people got to like 450 physical power, mag power, whatever, and now people are just getting 1 and 2 tapped all over the place. And so just as it was the last time, the PvP was fun, and then it became not fun. So maybe we all get our armor up and this changes, but I've been watching Constantine.
Like, that's one of the things I like about Rust is like both players have the same AK. If they use it well, they could kill the other guy. Rust felt the most unfair, but also the most balanced. How'd you miss that? I love the combat in this. I like how the enchantment remains. I love the flame axe. It's so badass. Do I do something else here? That. Reload. This game has good survival horror to it. Like I'm a bit creeped out right now. Like I'm in a dark place. Guns don't have bullets in the mags. See if I can see whoever it is from up here. Oh, it was a chest. Nice. Stock and thread. Did the cake kill whoever it is? I love this game. Ingot. I can't move. I better go home. I love that you can teleport home like once human. It's actually so good. Wait, did I travel to Respite? I didn't want to go to Respite.
My boy, and he's in decked out armor, and his opponents are in good armor, and people are just getting blapped all over. I know we know Ashes is missing a lot, and I know that we know that they know that we know that we all know that Ashes is unfinished, right? That's not what we're talking about. I'm just trying to say I'm a little disappointed in Steven and the team for releasing EA Access. You know, this is like one of the only releases they get, right? They have this, they'll have the beta, and then they have the launch of the game, and then maybe like some free-to-play stuff or whatever. I don't know, but like this is one of the cards they had to play, and they had, I would say, 30 to 50,000 people concurrently trying to play it initially, and they held their numbers very well through the holidays, and it kind of feels like we're just on a skeleton ship right now, right? So I think Steven said he's going to do a message soon, and that's all well and good, and depending on what Steven says, it's going to kind of determine how I feel about the project. But I have a ton of hope for Ashes in the future, and I am just worried that they're not going to get the loops down. They're not going to have enough horizontal content. It's not going to appeal to enough people, that it's just going to be the degen sweats abusing the systems that they already know how to abuse, and just, you know, wringing the population dry, and that'll be it, and it'll just fade away. And I really don't want that, because what I want to end this video with saying is I'm into games that other people don't like, right? MO2, Last Oasis, Albion, which has a lot of people playing it now, but I digress. You know, Eve. I'm really into like sandbox MMOs, and they don't get a lot of people and they don't get a lot of production value, and Ashes gives me hope, bro. It does. Like, Steven and his team have added things to the game that feel very polished and very well made, and I know the team is super capable, and you know, the combat's really fun when the time to kill is proper, which I don't know if it ever will be, but it has all the trappings of everything I, you know, want foundationally in a game like this, and I think Steven and the team can make it come to a reality, and I really want to see it come to a reality. I just don't want to see it rushed out, unfinished, with a bunch of half-working systems, and it just flop. I really don't want to see that. So all I can say is we love the game. My community fell in love with the game, right? More than I thought they would at all. So many people who didn't say they were going to play it, played it, are still playing it, grinding it, loving it. But everyone's kind of getting to that phase where it's like, I'm kind of tired of hitting trees. Maybe we'll put it down, we'll come back to it. And I think the game should be doing a better job of keeping us engaged and fighting people and causing friction. And beyond that, they need more horizontal systems that appeal to a broader audience, like horse breeding and house decorating, and just they need a bunch more fluff in the game for it to really succeed. And I hope they're going to add that stuff. I hope it'll be in before the release. And I really, really, really am excited for the future for Ashes. So I want to end cap with that. I am very excited for the future of Ashes. I want nothing but the best for the project. But right now, the pressure is on Steven and his team to show us what they're cooking, if they're aware of the issues, and what they're going to do to address these issues. Because transparency is the only way this project is truly going to succeed, in my opinion. So that's it. Thank you guys for tuning in. I just wanted to get this off my chest. These are the pain points that, you know, myself and a lot of the guys are feeling, and I want the game to do well. So leave a comment below. Let me know what you like or don't like about the current phase of Ashes, and maybe we agree, maybe we don't, but we can chat about it. All right, thanks guys. See you on the next one.
Vera. It's quite literally one of the most breathtaking worlds we've seen in a modern MMO landscape. The lighting, the scale, the sheer immersion. Ash is a creation.
Come on, that shit looks horrible. What are you talking about?
And is building a foundation that can redefine an entire genre.
This looks like ass, I'm sorry.
But beneath the gorgeous alpha exterior, a digital plague is festering. I'm Arcane Goth, and today we aren't just exploring. We're auditing. While the developers are busy building a masterpiece, these clankers are busy stripping it for parts. They're everywhere. The gathering bots are swarming all the nodes like locusts. Trains of crate runners moving day in, day out for profit. And the worst part, these aren't just scripts. These are IRL cash drops. And if you get too close to their profit margin, you'll find the handlers protecting these bots, ready to gank anyone who threatens their bottom line. As a sworn-in cleric of divine justice for the crusade, I have taken a vow to purge the corruption festering the lands of Vera. If the devs are too busy for an early spring cleaning, then I shall be the one to provide that divine intervention. The scales must be balanced, and the clankers must be smited. The time has come for me to cast judgment. It's genuinely disheartening to see. Here we are standing at Briarmore Farms, some of the very first soil a new player's gonna touch. These starter zones should be filled with wonder, excitement of discovery, and organic chaos of a fresh adventure. Instead, they've been turned into automated assembly lines. These scripters and bot runners, it's a huge problem. They don't care about the lore, the lighting, the labor that the devs have put into this world. To them, it's just a series of coordinated exploits for a few cents per hour. Granted, that might be good money in the countries that they live, But the problem is, it takes away from the immersion from everyone else that plays this game, honestly. These bots are so abundant and brazen and just open about it everywhere. Anywhere there's gathering, whether it be fishing, gathering nodes, crate running, wherever there's coin to be made, you're gonna find bots. The bots are a problem not only for the economy, but from an immersion standpoint. Rather than seeing bots everywhere, I'd rather see cool stuff, like a hidden path or an area no one would even bother to go out of their way for. Like this hidden area I found in the ceiling, and my curiosity led me to a hidden reward. And even though it wasn't much, it's little details like this that I really appreciate in an MMO. A bit of a tragedy, honestly. We're 1 month into Alpha 2 Steam Early Access. You have a solid foundation and a game with so much potential. But the RMTers and multi-box scriptwriters are treating it like it's their hustle. And I'm here to put all the bots and bot handlers on notice. If you're going to turn Vera into your paycheck factory, expect me to come in and shut down the power. So you have bots everywhere in the game. They're a nuisance on the land, but then you also have the bot handlers. They have to oversee the bots because this is a PvP game and they have to protect their assets. Now, during my time monitoring these loops, the only instances where I was killed by another player only occurred immediately after I dispatched one of their bots. And it wasn't a coincidence, it was a response. Both times I was killed by players, and the only times I was killed by players, I attempted to verify if I was dealing with actual players by sending them a whisper in game. And I got no response, no trash talk, no explanation of why. And yeah, even more telling was their behavior following my deaths. Both times I observed both the handler and the bot move off in the same direction, heading towards the next node. So I don't have access to server logs or definite proof, but the devs do. Maybe they watch YouTube videos to try to gather what people think about their game, and if you're watching this, the names are on screen, so if you could check the logs. But I've played enough MMOs long enough to recognize the tell signs of bot tending, and these weren't just players, in my opinion. So yeah, it's a problem. They aren't interested in social competitive aspects of the game. They're simply there just trying to automate the game for their own profits and continue to ruin the economy for everyone else.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we have to remember this is an alpha, and the fact that this game is just an alpha and this is the game that we have already is a massive
165
win.
hours.
But the botting situation is definitely a glimpse into the future if it isn't handled by the devs with an iron fist. These clankers don't just take resources, they take the soul out of the world. I have high hopes for Ashes of Creation. The foundation is there, the beauty is undeniable, and the community is ready. But until Easy Anti-Cheat really does its job and fully locks out the scripts and the bots, players like me will be there holding the line. I'm sure the devs are actively monitoring the situation and taking notes and probably checking logs, figuring out how they could patch these people from running their scripts and getting in game with mass multi-box bots. As a cleric of Crusade, my stance is unwavering. We cannot wait for a patch to fix the issue. If you see a train of clankers, disrupt it. If you find a handler guarding their cash crop, challenge them. We have to make it more expensive and more exhausting for them to operate here than it's worth. Whether you stand with the Crusade or you're just a lone traveler who cares about the future of Vera, I'm calling on you to crush these bots and cast judgment. not my usual guide video here, but I thought I would just bring awareness to anyone that's outside of the game wondering what's going on in Ashes of Creation currently. Like I said, I'm sure the devs are actively monitoring and probably will have a solution for it in the near future. Don't be discouraged, guys. I have great faith in the dev team. They're doing an awesome job, honestly. But yeah, that's the video I have for you guys. Be sure to subscribe. Maybe pop into one of my live streams where I go live on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm still working on a set schedule, but I go live most days. Until the next judgment is cast, keep your blade sharp and your resolve unwavering. And if you're on the Lineman server, I'll see you on the field of battle. Thanks for watching, guys.
So I was today's years old when I learned you can't just use whatever assets and graphics and stuff you find on the internet and make a game out of it. Turns out there's actually some drama today in the MMO community. Who would have guessed? A solo developed MMO came out of nowhere, and content creators and the community was actually electrified. Had at one time over 5,000 concurrent players, which is a pretty great number in general, like let alone for like a random project from a random guy. So why is it that I can't find the game on Steam? So as it goes with MMOs, there just might be some drama. This game looks a lot like Ultima Online, and that's, I think, the selling point. Interestingly enough, I've played a few games like this, and they all had, like, no attention. Like, no one cared. So suddenly, like, 2026, people really want games like this? It's springing up all over the place, and that probably says something. But I think that's what we have to talk about first. How this game actually looks, its graphics, its assets. Now, there might be some backlash as people learn that this entire game, Dreadmist, entirely is, it's an asset flip. And I haven't just played games that happen to look like this. I mean, literally, the same graphics. It's an asset pack. But it didn't get removed from Steam just for that. You know, that's just a little extra. And also, I have some love in my heart for, like, as a dev, for using assets. And I think you do too. If you liked Vampire Survivors, then yeah, I mean, the whole game was just an asset pack. So, despite general reception of it being awkward, but fine, you know, to people actually having a genuine time, Steam nuked it off the platform because it turns out that Dreadmist was using stolen assets. Like, straight ripped. Now, we don't know the full depth of the asset theft, because it seems like it could potentially be from multiple games, but it at least includes UI elements from Ion, another MMO RPG. What's interesting, though, is that the developer said that they got their assets from a website called opengameart.com, which is a website you can go to get free assets to help make your games. However, technically, anyone can upload to the site, and double-checking sources of content is kind of part of the job, my guy. So in my opinion, I believe this was an honest and easily correctable mistake. It's like nowhere near the drama of like Bungie's Marathon's art theft, which its entire identity was based off of the theft of art. Now, keen-eyed players, though, were able to also spot other cases of AI art use or other games also used for icons and player avatars. So likely the whole game's gonna need to be rectified, but I actually think it's probably worth doing. This is the only game that looks like this that has actually had this level of attention. And I also just really personally kind of want to champion indie MMO devs, you know, and I'm hoping maybe one day to join the fray sometime soon with my own. Now, there's a lot of drama though too with the developer from their past, and Dreadmist is not going to easily outrun it. But as far as MMO scams go, I think this one could go either way. Oh, but I think it'll be fun to follow along. But so, anyways, what's going on with the rest of the game? You know, like, do we have hope? Do we have hype? Are we keeping it alive? I think Dreadmist looks neat, and at first glance, you know, I have played a lot of games like this, Wild Terra back in the day, and there's actually numerous games now coming out that have, like, positive reviews, like, they're fine, they're niche little titles, but there is, like, a growing hunger, right? Like, there's a toothiness to the community that wants kind of, like, games harkening back to something, I don't know, ancient, maybe, like Ultima Online, or just classics, you know, literally, like, CRPGs. And I think, you know, with the rise of tabletop games, and there was like this big expansion of like how we even perceive time, you know, like back in the day, like the way that video games developed, every new game was like, that's what we got to do. The new console, the new, like, Halo 2, Halo 3, like we have to catch up and be part of the new wave. But things are different now, you know, like what even counts as retro games anymore, right? Like in technicality, what we considered retro back in the day, I don't know, man, like that's just like a normal game. Like we got pixel art games up the wazoo, dudes. And you know, there's a lot of titles that like Xbox Live Arcade, you wouldn't think, oh, those are retro games. I mean, dude, that was like 15 years ago. I mean, way more than 15 years ago. You know, 20 years ago. Like, what's retro, right? So the way we perceive time and how this art has developed is all very strange. A lot of things are changing, and it's very exciting to talk about, but what's happening, what I think, is a sort of coalescence of zeitgeists, of like people wanting to have exactly this experience. Now, for me personally, I don't. Not quite in this rendition, but I think we're getting there. And that's why I want to see Dreadmist succeed, because I want to see more games kind of doing this thing. Like, I would love to see more MMOs especially be more inspired by classic RPGs like Fallout, for example, Baldur's Gate, maybe. That's pretty cool. Like, and tabletop RPGs. I want more weird stuff, more crunch, more strange, and I'm totally willing to sacrifice a little bit of the aesthetics. My problem with Dreadmist personally is that its selling point is its aesthetics, that a lot of people are chasing that carrot on a stick, and the dragon, and they're like, oh man, this looks like something, you know, an experience I used to have or an experience that I want to have, but I'm not sure if that experience is like real. Now I have to myself play it whenever it gets back on Steam, but I still, you know, it's in the air. It's very much in the air, but if it's not Dreadmist, then maybe in the next game, or maybe the game after that, I think we're moving towards something that's kind of exciting. You know, just like back in the day we had a sort of pixel art renaissance, and right now we're having a low poly / PlayStation renaissance, which I think is really dope. And I think we could totally have like an isometric or like just like classic RPG sort of comeuppance, which I think it's been a time coming, but with the virality of Dungeons and Dragons, and again, just like we're having like JRPGs and RPGs in general, dude, yeah, MMORPGs can totally follow suit. But with Dreadmist, there is some extra little drama, and there's going to be continued drama. I'm talking about the sort of a grander scape of MMOs, because, dude, like, there have been MMO content creators that are now just drama channels, because that's just how much scams and drama and failures and awkwardnesses, to put it lightly, happens in this genre. I think that there is just such an underserved audience. It is just so easy to just jump in and, I don't know, you could just make some bullshit, or not even make it. You could just pretend to make it. You know, put a website up, do a Kickstarter, get $1 million, and disappear into the ether. But what makes Dreadmist kind of special is that that's not what happened. It's like a dude went online, was like, I'm gonna try to make an MMO, and got some assets, threw it together, and actually based on the Reddit posts, which I actually read them from the developer, he's like, hey man, dude, I made this game. I'm not very excited about talking about the client. I just want to talk about the back end, how I made the MMO, and how, like, you know, how I went about, you know, utilizing these technologies. And I'm looking at it, and I think it's like actually pretty doable. I myself would love to jump into it, and I know that Unity as well has made some endeavors to make it easier to make multiplayer and straight up MMO stuffs. Yeah, as free as like an indie solo developer, I think people can make MMOs. Actually, there's another MMO, Monsters and Memories, that's coming out. That's how that started. Just some dudes in some forums, and they started streaming some random development for funsies, and it became a thing. Like, people want MMOs, and I think they do want indie MMOs. But of course, with that, let's go ahead and take a step back and focus on like Dreadmist and basically that scene. What could go wrong with an indie developer, a solo developer making a game? Like everything can go wrong. Luckily, this person seems a little competent, at least how to make an online interactive experience, though there was some drama when the game first came out where it's like, you had to make an account on a website and that wasn't working, but I think that's because it actually had so much attention, and that's not outside of the norm. That happens actually like a lot with a bunch of MMOs, AAA even, so actually very, very often. So that, I'm not going to hold it too much against him, especially when probably was, you know, this is a completely free experience. Probably just had very small servers. In the end, though, Dreadmist ran, people had fun. I think it was a little wonky and wobbly when it came to its online feel, but it worked, and people had fun. The reception overall, as you peer through Reddit, the sentiment on, you know, like, well, I guess I wish I could look at Steam, but before it got taken down, people in general were just like, yeah, this is neat. It's neat too, ranging from, like, people were actually excited. But the developer has sort of a past, and that was kind of catching up with him. Apparently, they ran some private servers in World of Warcraft, and I'm not sure what gravity we should actually hold them accountable for this, but I guess they kind of rug pulled a little bit with some private servers. But then again, I feel like that's just the nature of when you literally like are stealing an IP and then trying to run something for free with other people. You know, so I don't think we're gonna go too deep into that, but basically the developer, they had some private servers for World of Warcraft and they rug pulled, and so that's kind of where we are. For me, how do I see that? Honestly, I don't know the great details of that or what really should be accounted for with that. It's a freaking private server, but it does seem like they might have, in one case, they might be a little scammy. There might be a little edge to them, right? It's like, how trustworthy are they? But on the other hand, it's kind of like, well, they're very excited about making MMOs. They're kind of excited about online, like, server infrastructure and, like, creating communities. So, I mean, I can't fault that too much, really. And then moving forward with I mean, really debatably the success of Dreadmist, I think they're kind of going in the right direction. I hate to be like that. I think it's fun to hate and be a critic and be dramatic, but as far as drama goes, this isn't that bad, actually. I think it's actually very recoverable. So, the developer has a little bit of drama in their past. They're coming through, and there's also some strangeness, potentially, I think, with the incentive of making this game. Why do they want to make private servers and then rug pull? Why do they want people's emails and data? What can they do with that? Well, as somebody who does marketing, I can understand that. I mean, dude, just making stuff purely for an email list, yeah, I mean, that's worth the while. And the creation of Dreadmist, I mean, as cool as it is to make an MMO, it is not the endeavor that it used to be. And I think people are going to quickly learn that as we see a flood of indie MMOs. As somebody who's in the know, I promise you, there's a bunch of them up and coming. And I don't just mean scams from Kickstarter, like as indie MMOs, Ashes of Creation, indie. No. I mean, like, literally solo developers, just a group of friends making a virtual world. We're going to see a lot more stuff like Dreadmist with the stolen assets accidentally, with maybe even just people who are willing to scam, who are making stuff that don't cost money, but they're totally getting your emails, and then eventually you're gonna get more spam emails or whatever marketing. Yeah, we're gonna see stuff like that. We're gonna see a bunch of weird and wacky things happen that we kind of went through with a bunch of, like, you know, asset flips and stuff on Steam, and especially the Wii Shop, if you guys remember that era. And in this genre, which we're used to mostly only getting from AAA developers, and then obviously the Kickstarter scams, we're about to see every fault that happened with just the indie game scene throughout the past 20 years. That's all going to happen very quickly, rapidly with the MMO space. And to me, that's exciting, because that's going to come along with, like, dude, what is going to be like the Stardew Valley of MMOs? You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine that? Or the Hollow Knight of MMOs. We're going to get that all the way up to, I'm going to say it, the Dark Souls of MMOs, with, like, AA experiences and then AAA experiences becoming more experiential, experimental. And I think that's going to be very, very cool. And I think Dreadmist is kind of like, to me, actually, the go flag, you know? It's like, this is it, the green flag, that this is the beginning of an era of indie MMOs. And obviously it's a misstep, but that's just going to happen. That is sort of the nature. And I don't think that this was malicious intentionally. And even if it was of a kind, dude, it's really kind of softball. So I think really the only reason this is even drama is because Dreadmist had genuine potential. A lot of people were hungry to play a game like this, and it seemed kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of exciting, you know? It's like, wow, man, a solo developer making an MMO. That's really neat. And this isn't the only online game that's really being championed for that. There's a freaking game where it's like, it's just frogs on sleds. There's a fishing game where all you do is just fish, and it's just really kind of cool to see these pocket little universes that you can just jump in with your friends. And I don't think I need to explain the whole, like, era of friend slog, right? Like, people just want little contained experiences to play with their friends. And I think Dreadmist could have been a really cool, almost like dark D&D campaign or adventure that you know, jump in for a weekend, have fun, kill some dragons, hell yeah. So if we get Dreadmist back up and running, or regardless, I kind of am excited for the future of MMOs moving forward, where normally videos like this, I'm like, man, this is why I fucking hate MMORPGs, you know, these Kickstarter scams and these AAA companies not understanding the players. But I don't think that that's what happened here. Anyways, that's my thoughts and feelings. This game did end on like 5,000 concurrent players, which is actually a huge number. There's AA and AAA games that don't even hit that, right? So, yes, it's an asset flip, but so was Vampire Survivors. Yes, it also stole assets, but I don't think intentionally, and also it's something very easily fixed. And again, like this game really could go places, genuinely. So this game, and regardless the genre of this game, and regardless the umbrella, that is MMOs. You know what? I think I'm gonna keep the hype alive. I don't know about you guys. Let me know in the comments below. Join the Discord if you need somebody to play games with. Also, maybe trying to do some D&D stuff on Roll20 for Discord. But much love, friends and family. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, what up, friendos? It's been a while. I feel like I say that almost every time I record a video, but it's true. Obviously not made any videos recently, not been uploading, not been doing anything YouTube related. And figured why not make the comeback with a video about MMO stuff, specifically this time MMO drama. We're going to be talking about the Ashes of Creation and Narc situation. There's a few things I want to outline here. The first being I am currently working on like a more in-depth video about this whole thing, and I do specifically need to go over a few things, including my biases here, and then basically we're just going to react to Narc's video. Go over my thoughts and feelings on it. And one thing I do want to say, obviously, New Year. Hopefully everyone had a good Christmas, New Year, and all that good stuff. And yeah, new video's going to be coming. If you can trust me after how many times I've said that. But we are going to be recording videos. It is what it is. Also, I am literally packed into the corner of my office by furniture because all my stuff from Thailand arrived the other day, and I mean, it's just a nightmare. So within the next couple of videos, hopefully you'll see the office look a little bit different because I'll be moving desk and I'll be moving a bunch of stuff. But until then, I am literally just packed into the corner like a Japanese person getting onto the train in the morning commute in Tokyo. Don't know why that came to my brain. So first things first that I need to talk about with the Narc thing. I don't watch Narc. Not anything against him. To be blatantly clear with everything, I've nothing against him. I've had no personal interactions with him ever, good or bad. I simply don't watch his videos for two reasons. One, his sense of humor is not my cup of tea, and two, I don't keep up with Ashes of Creation stuff, and that's going to be something that will play a factor in my opinion of things as we go forward with this. But I do want to say he messaged me to look into this, basically like reached out and said, you know, this is the kind of thing you usually make videos about or used to or whatever. You should take a look and, you know, make a video, give your opinion and things like that. So I did start writing some notes down to make a more, like I said, in-depth video. And then obviously decided might as well do the reaction real quick and go into more depth later when I can sit down and script out a video and not be moving furniture and shit. So that's what this is going to be. Let's go.
Hey, what up, boys? So I make this video with quite a heavy heart, and it's not one that I thought I'd ever make. It seems my time covering Ashes of Creation has come to an end, and from this point onwards, I will be distancing myself from the alpha, its community, and the developers. I'm sure there are many questions as to why I'm doing this, so today I'm going to explain why and set expectations for this channel's future. Now, this all started about a year ago, when Intrepid Studios announced that they would be stopping their 250 pack sales temporarily in order to generate a huge amount of FOMO, or fear of missing out, as they continue to show live streams of the game's so-called development. I knew back then that miscommunication or straight up lies were being utilized in order to hide the truth. I've seen it before. What's he gonna do next? What's he gonna do? Is he gonna stop selling Alpha 2 keys and then reintroduce Alpha 2 keys again 2 months before the Alpha 2? Is that what he's gonna do next? Holy shit, just like he did with Alpha 1. Do you guys remember?
I mean, yeah, called it. I will just say, obviously, this is an assertion here. Not one that requires, like, a massive leap of, you know, crazy fucking 5D chess or whatever. That, yeah, removing the sale of something, letting people know they're removing the sale of something, so a bunch of people buy in and then reintroducing the sale of something later on, yeah, makes sense. I have a particular problem with Ashes of Creation. The marketing specifically, and selling loads of shit for a game that's not done. But I'm gonna have that problem with any game that does this, especially when the game is, it's not like Path of Exile, which you can see is open in the background of my computer because I just can't log off that game. It's not like a very playable, almost finished game that they're selling stuff. Ashes of Creation is an alpha. It's an alpha game. When I played it was an alpha. It's still admittedly a massive work in progress. They've got 1 million miles to go, still multiple years from my estimation. And they've been selling things for a long time, way before it was even in this state, which again is miles away. So I'm always going to have a problem with that, especially because it's incredibly expensive. I don't give a fuck what anybody tells me. There's a lot of fans of this game that are very insufferable because they'll say things like, oh, they need to pay for servers for the testers, so therefore it makes sense to charge hundreds of dollars to test a game, which makes no fucking sense because that's something they'd have to pay for other people to test a game. They'd have to pay testers. So they're not, it's not an expense to sell you the ability to test. That's them saving money. Because if not, to test on the scale that they're getting you to test it, they'd require a bunch of money, way more money, to hire a bunch of people to test it. And they'd have to pay for the servers still. So it makes no sense to say, oh, you know, this is actually a really good thing and we're privileged. Please, guys, miss me with that one. That's not how this shit works. But as it stands, the whole marketing of the game, doing streams a year or plus in advance of stuff that's not currently in the product, and then selling the product and things like that, and then the ultimate shield of criticism of like, oh, it's just not done, and that's why the stuff that we showed that we said would be here is not here. And by the way, go buy these packs that leave all the time and cosmetics that, you know, Fortnite FOMO out of the shop. I don't like it. Never gonna like it. You won't convince me otherwise. It is what it is.
Remember that, lo and behold, just as I knew it would, the pack sales came back not only in the form of a much lower price, but it also came in the form of 3 phases, delivering a very underdeveloped alpha release that had been promised to us these last 4 years under the price of $250. Leading into this, I had very little interaction with Stephen J. Sharif because I have no interest in actually talking to the man. This is why I didn't do interviews or accept any behind-the-scenes information, because I simply do not care. My priority is making entertaining videos for you, and I didn't feel like doing an interview or having information really helped me in that regard. I loved seeing the game be developed from a normal person's point of view, and I take pride in the fact that I am just a normal guy looking in on this game's development. I think it gives a very relatable and unique perspective that no other content creator really has. My priority is making how much of a potential scam.
I take issue with that. I think I'm a fairly normal guy. I don't cover the game anymore, so maybe he's got me there. But yeah, there is value in this, of course. And one thing that isn't an issue, again, with Ashes of Creation, is just how close Stephen gets to people who make content around the game and people who could cover the game's negatives or positives or anything else, because it does inherently create a bias when you know the person, you know, when you're having conversations with this person. So there is an issue there, especially if it's like access journalism, right? If you're getting exclusives from a company, of course you're more likely to just have at least even a tiny bit of bias is an issue. And obviously when everything's subjective and opinion based, there is always going to be bias there. But when you're creating a positive bias towards a product that's, we'll talk about this in a minute, also has essentially a fucking cash kickback for that positive bias, this is an issue. Yeah, it absolutely is.
Content creator really has. My priority is making entertaining videos in a way that I find funny, poking at the state of the game and how much of a potential scam it could be. This has been a very successful format because it plays on the irony of a project that is charging $250 but has full control over the narrative, despite how ridiculous everything seems, showing amazing showcases that completely blew our minds. More on this later. This is YouTube. I work for myself. I am in no way paid or obligated to praise the game disingenuously. Ashes of Creation offers a referral program, and in my opinion, by using the referral program, it kind of invalidates your opinions of the game and systems due to the real money incentive that is offered through this scheme. Be it a pyramid, Ponzi, or multi-level marketing scheme, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the content creators using it are receiving real-life benefits by utilizing it. They profit off your $250, so of course they are going to bend the truth to incentivize you to buy in, which leads...
Okay, so there's a lot to uncover here, and this is where I'm going to immediately disagree with Narc and levy some criticism at him for bringing this up. It's not a Ponzi scheme. When you're using a term like this, you have to understand what the term means. It can't possibly be a Ponzi scheme because they're not taking in investment and saying that this investment's going to grow and then paying out people, you know, robbing Peter to pay Paul and actually embezzling the money and moving the money away, and then wouldn't have enough money to pay people out because it's not an investment product. It's not a multi-level marketing scheme because the people that you recruit into the game can't then recruit people into the game that then give you a kickback, making you the multi-level. And a multi-level marketing scheme and a pyramid scheme are exactly the same, only one of them is criminal and the other one isn't. Usually the reason a pyramid scheme is a pyramid scheme and not a multi-level marketing scheme is because a pyramid scheme makes the most of its money from the multi-level marketing, and the product is basically bullshit and is just there to like pretend they have something to sell, whereas most of the people are just making money off of recruiting people, pretending that they can make money from this product that almost doesn't exist. Multi-level marketing scheme obviously gets a negative association and a negative view because of what it is, and Stephen would know all about multi-level marketing schemes, wouldn't he? But it's not a multi-level marketing scheme, Ponzi scheme, or pyramid scheme. Those things are all, you know, very well defined, and this doesn't apply to any of them. What it is not uncommon, but very uncommon in gaming, is when you recruit people to the game, they use your code, they create an account, and they are tied to you for, as far as I'm aware, forever, and whatever they spend, you get X% kickback. When Narc says that these creators are earning money, it's simply untrue. And one of my biggest issues with Ash as a creation and Steven, and I brought this up to him personally and told him I will make a video about this at some point, is that this man and this company owes content creators hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of the creators hundreds of thousands for that individual, combined millions of dollars most likely, and not a penny of it's been paid out. And is this him doing something wrong? Technically no, because it was always said at the beginning, and it says it in the small print, this money will be paid out I think it's like the first quarter after release. There's a few issues with that, as somebody who's covered dirty developers, scammers, fraudsters, hucksters, whatever word we're going to use, as well as Kickstarter projects that have just ran out of money and blah blah blah, and things have gone wrong, and this is life. And that is, who decides when the game is finished in a 1.0 release? Steven does. Who stands to benefit from not paying out all this money? Steven does. Could he not pay out all this money? Yes, he could just not pay it. And also, there is the question of how long is development going to be, and what is a dollar worth at that time versus when the dollar was earned at the time people spent the money. So obviously this is a case of inflation, and if somebody spent $100 on the game 5 years ago using your code, what about in 3 years time when it releases and it's a total of 8 years? How much is that $100 actually worth in your buying power? And who benefited from holding that $100 the whole time? Oh yeah, it's Steven again, isn't it? So obviously the fact that he owes people millions of dollars and could just not pay, could just vanish, could say the company's bankrupt and then not financially be incentivized to do anything. And the argument he made was, oh well, then you could sue me, which is, yeah, of course you could, but who has the money to sue people when you're a multimillionaire in the first place? And would they win in civil court, which is a fucking clown show as it is? And also, would you actually be liable to pay anything back, since that's a business and you're an individual and the two finances are not intertwined? And who fucking knows? So when Narc says all these content creators, he's basically doing the thing that I don't like when people do, which is, I'm the arbiter of truth, and the reason I am is because I didn't do this thing, and every other content creator is lying to you, basically. That's the assertion, right? Because they're all earning money, which again, they're not. They've not earned a penny because nobody's been paid out a single cent of what they are owed. Which again, the way that this works is, it's not like Steven doesn't have the money. The money was paid to them. the money is owed to the creators. Some of these creators no longer create content. Some of these creators could really use the money now, because content creation is a fucking it's a, you know, hills, peaks and valleys, and he's just holding the money, and he could sorry about that. That was my Path of Exile sniper that's apparently still running on. It's gonna happen a bunch of times. I'm sorry. So there's a reason why he says this. Obviously it's because, you know, he's a content creator. He thinks he's the truth, right? He thinks he's the one that has the least bias. I don't use this. I used to, and then I understood and I realized, like, this is going to give me a bias. I shouldn't use this program. And when I spoke to Steven, I specifically said to him, tell me how much you owe me, because I want to be able to inform people where my bias is, because I'm not talking about this specific problem because I care about the money that I'm owed. Would it be nice to have? Sure. Have I ever considered the money? Which again, I don't know how much it is, because he said he'd find out and then never got back to me, because that's what he does. But I don't give a fuck about the money I'm owed. I'm thinking of other people who I know, some of them have been in financial issues, and then Steven just has this money that's been earned off the back of those creators, their endorsement, and then they've got fuck all to show for it and may never. So that's my issue with it, and also my issue with Narc saying that, you know, everyone else is incentivized to lie because they're being paid. They're not being paid. Nobody's been paid a fucking penny and may never be paid a penny. But yeah, I stopped using this because it obviously does give you a bias. If you know, oh, it's not only my best interest that the game does well because I have money tied to it, but also I can earn money from it doing well, then of course you have a bias, and that's impossible to ignore, which is why I stopped using it years ago.
To the current state of things. Personally, I don't think Phase 1 was in an acceptable state to test the game. It was sold to us as a networking test, yet now that the Phase 2 has launched, no networking strides have been made, and their so-called dynamic gridding still isn't implemented.
I've heard the networking is worse.
On multiple occasions it's coming. Initially, we were told it already exists.
Right now, dynamic gridding is in place. Right now, what we are doing is we are optimizing, fixing performance around that, and the current goal, which is on target, is that dynamic gridding will be online by the start of Alpha 2.
Then we found out that it's coming in late Phase 1, then we're told that it's coming at the launch of Phase 2, yet here we are in Phase 2, and all they've done is delete 5 of their servers and claim they've doubled their server workers. They now claim that they have 6k players per server, yet I find it hard to believe that there are even 6,000 players logged in at all, because the whole 1.2 thousand kilometers squared, or 18 biomes, are supposed to host 8 to 10,000 players. So how can just one biome have 6,000? Unfortunately, the state of the networking makes the combat, arguably Ashes of Creation's main strength, completely unplayable, and thus causes the test to feel tedious and boring. But it's just an alpha, right? I get that, guys. Trust me, I've been covering this game for 4 years. I'm well aware that it is an alpha.
What I will say is that you can absolutely, and this is magnified by the fact that they're charging money for things as an alpha, it's totally understandable in software development, in any product release really, for things to change as time progresses, especially when it's claimed years or many months in advance. That's totally fine. The issue comes in where you're essentially selling the idea, you're marketing these ideas to people. This will be ready, this will be ready, this will be ready. And how acceptable is it when many of those things are not ready? Especially if you don't go through and tell people, these things that we said, these things that we showed, they're not going to be ready right now, but this is what we have, and this is why not. If you have open development, which is what Ashes claims, you would think that that would be a priority, but this, I'm not saying is malicious. I'm not saying there's malevolence in doing this. I'm saying that with true, transparent, it could just be completely overlooked, which is fair enough, but it is an issue when you are charging people potentially hundreds of dollars to test something, which they do repeatedly say. I will give them the benefit of the doubt on that. They do repeatedly say, don't buy this because it's not a finished product. You're buying to test it, and it's not a game that you should be playing, and things like that. But as somebody who's covered Kickstarter and early access and things like that for 4+ years now, I will tell you that it doesn't matter what you tell people. If on one hand you tell somebody in plain English not to do something, but on the other hand you fucking start jerking their cock off under the table and whispering in their ear about how they're a big boy, then obviously they're going to be more inclined to do that thing, right? As opposed, and that's obviously a a silly example, but that's what they're doing with their trailers and feature showcases, where they're like, oh, look at this, it's really amazing. And then you later come to find out it's essentially a vertical slice, which is kind of what it is a lot of the time. So yeah, that's the issue, not the fact that goalposts move, because that's what happens when you're making something on this scale.
State of the game is not what I'm concerned about. It is the seemingly deceptive communication that's going on between Intrepid and their testers. This lack of communication isn't just shared by me, but it's shared by everyone in my community and the majority of the other content creators, all of which straight up quit making consistent content, which leads me into the main point. Phase 2 is simply an unsuitable testing environment. Steven Sharif claims that this is a true alpha, yet they present the game in a way that is to be played like it's a launched product. We have to grind for 50 hours to even test anything, which doesn't make sense, and is why testers are dropping like flies, because we already did this and tested it all in Phase 1. So why did they wipe us and add no additional systems for us to test? To me, the vassal system or level 4 nodes would be one of the main reasons to wipe the servers, yet the vassal system or level 4 nodes weren't even introduced this phase. And now they even claim that they're not going to wipe at all. They are instead just going to introduce new servers. So what's going to happen to those old servers? They claimed prior to Phase 2's launch that at the launch of this phase, the desert was going to receive an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land come December 20th. Let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up for December 20th, right? The desert as well. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that its assets are obviously a bit more developed than the tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet what we received was this: an empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has all...
Okay, so this is the part where I saw people have a big contention with, and for Narc to use this is probably a mistake, because I think if you have a really good point about something, what you should do is illustrate the steelman of the opposition's point. If, for instance, you're saying, which is what I believe he's saying, that what was in the showcase, which I went and watched, by the way, and then compared it with what Steven showed when he, you know, debunked Narc's video by addressing one point, which doesn't debunk anything bar that one point, by the way. What you should do, that all that stuff isn't specifically in there, at least from what I can tell and what I can read from other people that have played it. But obviously to do more in-depth analysis, I'd have to go and try it out myself, which I've no fucking real interest in doing, because I have no interest in playing Ashes, you know, playing. But what Narc should have done is shown what they actually have, and not just an area of the map that's obviously unfinished, and then made his point of the stuff in the showcase isn't in here to any kind of serviceable or, I guess, marketable degree, as opposed to showing like a hyperbolic, bad cherry-picked example. Because the issue is, obviously, then if they do the same thing to you, you're going to feel aggrieved by it. So when he shows like this thing, this gives off the impression that the whole desert just looks like this, which would be fucking insane. If they had a showcase in 2022 or whatever it was showing the desert and how... how amazing it is, and then they released with this was the whole desert, then yeah, you would be able to just say that's a fuck.
World of Warcraft Hardcore. Where is the safest place for a horde rogue to grind at level 25 near Splinter Tree Post in Ashenvale? World of Warcraft. Where is the safest place for a hardcore rogue to grind XP near Splinter Tree Post at level 25 on Horde? Oh, I'm losing power. I should eat dinner. Okay. Okay, just west of the outpost along the road leading toward the middle of the zone. Okay, so Ashenvale Outrunners right outside. I can just grind them. Oh. Do I have Vanish? I do. Oops. No, it's not that much stuff. My gun isn't on me? Why don't I have a gun? Wait, what? Why is my gun gone? That seems dumb and weird. Why? Yeah, well, maybe I better go back. Oops. Maybe in Splinter Tree they'll sell me a gun. I don't know. I have money. I just need some... Well, I need a real gun. Maybe at Best Hearth and come back. It's expensive to fly. I should send a goal to my alt. So I guess I'm looking for somebody to sell me a gun. I don't know if there even is somebody here. I kind of doubt it. There's a heavy armor merchant, but that's going to be it for this town. Splinter Tree Post. This sucks. Why don't I have a gun?